Morning, Paul. Arch in the house early. And Adam spending money right out of the chute. Look at that. Curious how many of you are working on a couple hours sleep. Look at this. Big block letters from Paula. Been upbeat for a while, Paula. All the things in your life are coming together. Not me, man. I went to bed early. Yeah, Miller and Moulton were on the money. We called that one. But I didn't watch any of it. Now that I didn't call. No. Nope. Nope. That I did not call. You know, thought it'd be a close game. Not a Heisman resounding win.
Did not see the route coming.
Nope. Nope. Saw the wind coming. Didn't see the can of whoop ass. Exactly. Now we got a full house this morning. Morning, everybody.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton, coming at you from the Floormeister Studios. Floormeisters, keeping it real. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
Top of the morning to you on this hump day. Let's go over it together, shall we? How the heck are you? Miller and Moulton. MillerandMoulton.com, Miller_Moulton on X. Thanks so much for being with us. Top of the morning to you, Mark. Was Maction a distraction?
You know, David, we put Maction on for a little bit last night. I watched it right after the College Football Playoff Committee show and watched a little bit of what Ball State and Miami before I decided to cut out early last night. I looked at it. There wasn't a lot of games on. I wasn't really that interested in watching hockey last night for whatever reason. And I said, you know what? I'm going to catch up on a little sleep. The Tampa Bay Kansas City game went to overtime. I didn't get a great night's sleep on Monday night. So I thought last night was a good night to get to bed early, get up early, find out what the hell happened in our world, and come to work. And that was my plan. I got a great night's sleep, very refreshed, ready to talk trades and everything that happened in the NFL yesterday because the trades were happening.
Yes, they were. Finally. The National Football League is the league that Miller and Moulton want it to be. It happened yesterday. Not one, not two, not three, not four. I feel like I'm LeBron and Bosch and D Wade, okay, having the big celebration in Miami when they teamed up. Not four, not five, not six, seven trades yesterday in the National Football League. That's right, 7 trades, almost an average of 1 an hour. Yeah, that's right. That's how you do it, boys. That's how you do it. 5th and 6th round picks. Come on now. All right? Don't pretend they're all going to turn into Tom Brady. They're not. Most of them you're going to keep on the team to make your ego look good. That, look how many of our draft picks made the team. And then you'll get rid of them within a year. So trade them for useful players. Let's try to win now. Yeah, I like it.
The Washington Commanders making maybe the biggest splash of all, saying we are not satisfied with 7-2. We want a division. Hell, we want to challenge Detroit for the 1 seed. We're not done yet.
Well, and not only that, they just looked at their team and they said, we got a couple areas of weakness. We got a chance to shore one of them up. Okay, not just for this year, but hell, he's 28 years old. All right, he can play for a little bit. Let's go. Went out and got themselves a good corner, really good corner. We'll see, by the way, just how bad that hamstring injury was. Was it bothering him because the Saints were 2-6, 2-7? And now that he's at 7-2, he's like, I feel good. We'll find out, what Joel Embiid are the Commanders getting, if you know what I mean. Is Embiid really hurt? Or, I just don't feel like playing. Same with Marcus Lattimore. We'll find out. Yeah. Let's do this. I like it. Love it. And that was leading into the College Football Playoff Committee show. I mean, yesterday was a banner day. 7 trades, and then the committee was going to step up, have their voices heard. Was it going to make sense? Did it make sense? Are you outraged? Oh, the Indiana outrage. Could somebody help me out here? Does anybody know Indiana's strength of schedule?
102, 104, something like that.
Yeah, I think it's right in the middle of that, actually. Yeah, right. I mean, quite frankly, that's a Mountain West team's strength of schedule. I mean, I don't think it's crazy that they're where they are. What are they, 9, 8? 9.
9.
I don't think that's crazy. I mean, they got Michigan this week. That Michigan will be the best team they've played this year, according to strength of schedule. Michigan's SOS is, they're like 35th in the country. That'll be the best team Indiana's played. And then they'll play Ohio State. Then after that, they'll play a terrible Purdue team. They'll be expected to be 11-1. And then, okay, you decide for yourselves. You put them in the playoff or not. But I don't think 9's outrageous. I mean, you tell me. You tell me if all the other teams,
They were 8. BYU was 9.
Right, but then according to seeding, though,
Right.
because, you got to, like BYU ended up with the 4 seed, and so they moved them all the way up, so Indiana had to slide down. Right. But I don't know. I'm not outraged. I didn't think Indiana got screwed.
No, I thought they were about where I expected them to be.
So, a lot of Indiana outrage last night.
Beat Michigan. See what the thing looks like next week.
Yeah. And you go toe to toe with Ohio State and, you lose by 7. Okay. Then you're going to the playoff. You go head to head with Ohio State, you lose by 17 or more. I don't know. This could get interesting. We'll see. Because most everybody else under consideration probably would have had the same record with your schedule as you. So this gets tricky. Now, I will say their point differential is very impressive. I mean, they're not just beating people. They're not doing what the Kansas City Chiefs are doing. I mean, Indiana's whacking people. They are.
Everybody.
Yeah. So in that sense, I will say this. What's Miami's strength of schedule? Now, I think Miami's played a better schedule than Indiana, but Miami's skated by a few times.
A few?
Seemingly every other week.
They're on ice skates the way they've been handling Duke and Cal and teams of the like.
So if you want to make, Miami at 4 and Indiana at 8 or 9, okay. All right. Just give it a week. Okay? Just it's wet cement here. It's not going to harden for a while. All right? I didn't think the committee was crazy last night.
The one thing that I find interesting is if a Big 12 team slips up, David, what you had talked about, does Boise have the opportunity to steal the 4 seed from the Big 12?
I think they do.
That's what I think they showed us last night by Boise being 12 and BYU being 9 with the donut. That the 4th seed is still up for grabs.
Because if it's not an undefeated BYU, what if it's a 1-loss BYU? Will they still be ahead of Boise? Never mind, what if it's 1-loss Iowa State, who's currently 17? What if it's 2-loss Kansas State, who's currently 19? What if it's 2-loss Colorado, who's currently 20? It's a lot of ground to make up on Boise State, who's not expected to lose. That's 5, 7, and 8 spots you got to make up. And how many are you going to make up before the Big 12 title game? That's a big jump because of 1 win. And will the committee do it? So I actually think Boise, I don't know how you saw the committee in the final rankings, but I saw where Boise was and thought, I don't even know if BYU can lose. Like if BYU loses one of their 4 regular season games but wins the conference title, I think it'll be close. Because look at what they did to Iowa State. Where do we think if the committee had voted last week when Iowa State was unbeaten, don't you think Iowa State would have been side by side with Indiana and BYU?
100%.
So they dropped them, you got to figure 8 spots.
So what do they do if BYU loses?
If they drop BYU 8 spots, Big 12's got a problem. Big 12 ain't getting a bye. At
So
least that's what it looks like now.
Now, I think I can see that changing, but that was my initial takeaway is how close Boise was to BYU. Indiana has everything in front of them.
Yeah.
So I don't worry about Indiana. Go beat Michigan. You'll be fine. Play Ohio State tough. You're essentially in the tournament.
I will say this. They've clearly said to Alabama and Penn State, though, you guys have no margin for error. I mean, just so you know, you're barely in this sucker now. Got it? Don't think you can lose another game.
Same with Notre Dame. At 10, Notre Dame has no margin for error to me.
I agree with that. At 10, I agree. I can't afford to lose. And plus, USC has done nothing to help Notre Dame. USC is now a 4-5 team. I mean, if Notre Dame loses to USC, the best case scenario is they will have lost to a team that finishes 7-5. Can you do that the final week of the regular season and be a team that's just inside the cut line and expect to make the cut? And of course, the obvious has to be pointed out. Notre Dame makes the cut at the expense of a Power 4 bid. Who runs the sport? The Power 4, if not the Power 2.
Thank you.
And by the way, the committee, very Andy Staples of the committee last night. You know, Bud Elliott's got 2 from this league and 2 from this league and 3 from this league. Yeah. Committee last night said 4 SEC, 4 Big Ten, 1 for everybody else. Got it? Okay, good.
Miller and Moulton. Hump Day edition. That's for you, David. Great show lined up for you like we always do on a Wednesday. Seth Everett will join the show. Bud Elliott to talk about this college football playoff committee's first results. And Chris Perkins to talk about the Dolphins. Not sure what we talk about there, but we will talk Dolphins anyhow. It's Miller and Moulton on a Wednesday. Thanks for listening. We started our show 18 years ago and have been fired 3 times, but Miller and Moulton have never lived on the edge like we are now. We have our best morning ratings ever and are steadily adding affiliates. Yet, we only have a few sponsors, and if that doesn't change, we cannot continue. But if you want to advertise on Miller and Moulton, reach out to one of us directly by texting sponsor to 21,000 or by contacting me on X at @MarkMiller or David at @TheDavidMoulton. You can save Miller and Moulton and make your business some serious money by texting 21,000 now.
Gentlemen, as your wife mentioned getting new flooring, but you don't want to go through the hassle, well, go see the Floor Meisters in Naples next to Costco. They understand your time and money are important, so they'll make it as painless as possible. With a huge in-stock selection of carpet and Core-Tech, they can get you the floor your wife's been asking for. They carry wood, vinyl, carpet, and tile. If you do it yourself, no problem. They can handle that as well. So go see TJ at the Floor Meisters and tell them, just keeping it real.
American Paint Supplies, for nearly 30 years, is your one-stop shop for all your coating needs. If you are a designer, a contractor, a professional painter, or a weekend warrior, American Paint Supplies is the place where experts go to get expert solutions. At 6100 Shirley Street in Naples off of Pine Ridge, American Paint Supplies delivers the best solutions with the best products with the best support. Meet Gene and his team today at American Paint Supplies. Call 239-566-2700. That's 566-2700 or online at AmericanPaintSupplies.net.
Visit Jason and Todd at the Diamond District.
When you enter the Diamond District, you will quickly discover what makes Jason and Todd so unique to Southwest Florida. Within the walls of the Diamond District, you'll find many of America's top jewelry designers who have chosen the Diamond District as their authorized representative in Southwest Florida. Takori, Fana, A. Jaffe, Veragio, Christopher Designs, Shy Creations, Henri Dossi, all names synonymous with excellence and all proudly showcased at the Diamond District. This is Miller and Moulton.
Well, there's no doubt, go Raiders. I mean, if the Canes lose a game, now I think if they're 12-0 and lose in the ACC title game, I think they'll find room for them.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
21 minutes past the hour. Top of the morning to you. How the heck are you on this hump day? Yeah. Miller and Moulton. MillerandMoulton.com. Miller_Moulton on X. Coming at you from the Floormeister Studios. Floormeisters in North Naples. Just keeping it real. So let's talk about the trade deadline, shall we?
All right.
You mentioned it off the top. Washington acquired arguably the best player, certainly gave up the most assets, getting Marcus Lattimore from the Saints. They give up 3 draft picks, get 1 back. Funny thing is, one of the picks they gave up was a pick that they got from New Orleans. So it's kind of like they only traded 2 draft picks, if you know what I mean. But Washington getting high praise for the deal, and the Saints take on a ton of dead cap money by getting rid of Lattimore too. That's the problem, Mark, that Mickey Loomis and the Saints had. All the guys on his team that people wanted, they're all dead cap hits because they've kicked so much money down the road. So, the Saints, even if they get rid of guys in the offseason, they're going to have a huge cap bill next year if they decide they're going to revamp this roster.
At some point, just quick sidebar, they have to.
Yes.
I mean, you and I both thought the Saints weren't going to be very good this year. They came out to a 2-0 start, surprised the both of us. They play Carolina, and I forgot who the other win was against, so it really wasn't that impressive looking back upon what they did.
Was it Dallas in Dallas? They spanked them?
Right.
And that was the thing also. Their first 2 games, they outscored their opponents. It was like 90-something to 17. It was, it was like, wow, that's very impressive. Yeah, they haven't won since.
And it's a bad roster that is in cap jail, and they're going to have to, David, figure out something to try to redo this roster. That's why I think they made the trade with all the draft picks, because they're going to have to spend a couple of years doing what the Packers have done and go very young to try to clean up the mess that's in their cap.
The Steelers, who reportedly have been very aggressive for, well, really the whole season. Remember how aggressive they were pursuing Brandon Ayuk back in August and early September? And the Steelers have reportedly been burning up the phones. Well, for whatever reason, their calls were well received yesterday. They made not 1 but 2 trades, a couple of veteran players, an edge rusher and Preston Smith. I do find it interesting. Packers willing to get rid of him. Got to wonder just how good is he? I know he's older and a little, little expensive, but I mean, when you're a good team, if you think a guy's a productive player, you usually keep him. So that's a depth move. Steelers have had some injuries along the defensive line. The tough part of their schedule's coming up. They acquired a depth piece just in case they need them. And they acquired Mike Williams. Now, this will be interesting. We're halfway through the season, Mark. Has he now healed enough? Everybody said he's not going to be 100% at the start of the season. Well, okay, then you slowly get healthier as the season goes on, right? Unless you get nicked up, and he hasn't gotten nicked up because he hasn't played that much. And so they get a wide receiver who, healthy, is a solid number 2 receiver, right?
Good 50-50 guy on balls, good red zone guy. I like Mike Williams a lot, but not when he's not healthy, obviously.
And so Mike Williams and Preston Smith. All right. Did the Steelers buy some names, or did they buy veterans who still have some tread left on the tires? The head scratcher deal of the day involved the Dallas Cowboys. They were buyers, not sellers. They're 3-5. Dak's out for a month minimum. They've got the Eagles and the Texans on the schedule the next 2 weeks. I mean, this Cowboy season feels pretty close to over. They're 3-5 in a division in which the two teams ahead of them are 7-2 and 6-2. They're 3-5 in a conference in which the 7 seed is 6-3 right now. But as Paul points out in the Twitch chat room, remember, Jero said it, we're all in. Well, I got to admit, after not making a single move all season in which it looked like they were in anything except denial and retreat, they went and acquired a wide receiver yesterday. Okay, it makes sense. CD needs help. Yeah, they acquired Jonathan Mingo from the Panthers. Somebody want to help me out here? I mean, is he even productive? Am I missing something?
David, no.
Okay.
It doesn't make any sense.
I mean, is anybody got Jonathan Mingo on a fantasy team?
Not that I'm aware of. Maybe he's a big pickup now that he's the new acquired Dallas Cowboy with Cooper Rush throwing him the ball.
Not only that, we've gone to great lengths to point out that nobody's given up picks that are worth a damn. And the Cowboys gave up a 4th. Do you know who the Cowboys have drafted in the 4th round? Dak Prescott. A 4th round pick's a pretty good pick in a trade deadline deal.
When all that's being dealt, for the most part, are 5th and 6th round picks.
I mean, what did the Bills have to give up for Amari Cooper? You gave up a 4th for Jonathan Mingo? I mean, honestly, is Jerry's toop on too tight? I mean, does he need a nap? Man, that on paper, that deal looks ridiculous. Lions got Zadarius Smith. They did that while we were on the air yesterday. Bengals got a Bears cast-off running back, Khalil Herbert. They needed it. Their number 2 running back come down. They needed a body. Okay, fine. You know, Lions gave up a 5th and a 6th. Bengals gave up a 7th. It's worth noting the Bengals made a trade deadline deal. It's their 3rd one since the Nixon administration. Hello. 72, to be exact. And the Ravens picked up a guy who kind of like the Steelers. A name, maybe he can still play, maybe he can't. He's not playing with the Rams. But the Ravens secondary is so bad, they took Tre'Davious White off the Rams' hands for a 7th rounder. And the funny thing is they got a 7th rounder back. They may actually get a better pick back than what they gave up. That's how much the Rams were like, here, take him. Knock yourself out, really. He's on the scout team. But 7 trades. 7 trades, not for the year, for the day. I'd like to declare victory. We had a lot of that yesterday going on in the world. Candidates coming to the podium saying, I'd like to declare victory. Miller and Moulton stepped to the podium at about 2:30 yesterday before the polls were closed and declared victory on NFL trade deadline day. Thank you very much. And we said all the deals are not done, okay, but we're the big winners today. And we'll be more than happy to talk after the polls have closed, okay, and tell you even more how much we won.
You know, David, it's funny you say those words because I was actually thinking about when all these trades are going on and we don't do it. I'm like, boy, it's a time for an emergency podcast.
Yep.
I almost called you in the afternoon and said, you want to do a quick 20 minutes on the trade deadline? Because I feel vindicated for what we've been talking about for 5, 6, 7 years on this show. And teams giving up nothing to acquire talent.
I think you're being kind, 5, 6, 7 years. I actually think we started in the early 2010s or 2010s.
And we wanted the trade deadline moved back. We still want it moved back a couple of weeks.
Right. Think it's at least 2 weeks too early. At least. But hey, we've pushed it to November, and guess what? Teams are making deals. See, NFL, was that really that bad? Was that awful yesterday?
And the other thing that we had in our favor yesterday, David, was so many teams that are bad. All of those 2-win teams, which is a little unusual in the NFL to have this many teams in a bad spot this early, that I think contributed to more trades. The starting five is next. We'll go through everything that happened on a Sports Tuesday on Miller and Moulton. It's next.
We started our show 18 years ago. Have been fired 3 times, but Miller and Moulton have never lived on the edge like we are now. We have our best morning ratings ever, are steadily adding affiliates, yet we only have a few sponsors. And if that doesn't change, we can't continue. But if you want to advertise on Miller and Moulton, reach out to one of us directly by texting sponsor to 21,000 or contact Mark on X at that Mark Miller or me at the David Moulton. You can save Miller and Moulton and make your business some serious money by texting 21,000 now. The world famous cigar bar started as a neighborhood place in downtown Fort Myers, and now it's a brand, a destination with 4 locations. The original place, Henry Street, Fort Myers, Gulf Coast Town Center, on Southeast 47th Terrace off the Cape Coral Parkway, and the Lounge on West 1st Street in Fort Myers. A place to go, whether you just need a relaxing drink and a smoke after a tough day at work, or a place to go celebrate. From relaxation to celebration, the world famous cigar bar.
I love my shower.
Honey, you want to come out? I haven't seen you since Glass Doctor installed our custom shower enclosure.
No thanks.
Well, you can't keep eating breakfast in the shower, and laminating your magazines is getting expensive. You remember we have guests coming over tonight, right?
Oh, I'm sure they'd love to see the shower.
It's our neighbors, and I highly doubt they want to be hanging out in our bathroom.
The shower's so good, you'll never want to leave. Visit glassdoctor.com today and schedule an appointment online.
Is snoring bothering your spouse? Would you like to sleep in the same bed again? Do you know that snoring can affect your sleep cycle and cause lower testosterone levels? At Sleep Treatment Direct, we have easy solutions. We have a simple laser procedure that can improve snoring in 10 minutes. If you would like to get back in the same bed or are looking for a natural way to treat low testosterone, give us a call at 239-444-1741. That's 239-444-1741. Or go to sleeptreatmentdirect.com. That's sleeptreatmentdirect.com. Sleep Treatment Direct. Sleep safe and sound.
This is Miller and Moulton.
Mac, if it's between Tiant or Tommy John, who would you give it to? Tommy's got what, almost 60 more wins? 60.
If you were to degenerate gamble, wouldn't you just bet Georgia Tech in the first half?
Sure. Yes. Yes. How can you not? Miami seemingly trailing at the half or in the third quarter every week.
Right.
By the way, how about Miami covering last week? I actually wrote that down, okay, for Lee as a win. Duke plus 20.
Right.
And then saw the final score like hours later and went, wait, they covered? Nobody can 3 touchdown the fourth quarter quite like the Miami Hurricanes, let me tell
Boy,
you.
oh boy.
I'm torn on Cam Ward, though, as an NFL quarterback. Because obviously his skill is intoxicating, but he makes some throws, though, in which you go, ah! Yeah, 13-13. I don't know if Steven has anyone in the family who wants the team. I think that's part of why he's bringing in minority investors, because I think he's putting a succession plan together also. Well, I'm not willing to say Trevor's reached his ceiling. He's like 25 years old. It's year 4. I also think he needs a different play caller. I get it. I get it. And you might be right. He might just be an enigma. He might have peaked as a freshman in college for all we know.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
22 minutes before the top of the hour. It's a hump day edition, first Wednesday of November. Thanks so much for being with us. Miller and Moulton, millerandmoulton.com, Miller_Moulton on X. We got Seth Everett in a little more than an hour, Bud Elliott in 2 hours, Chris Perkins to kick off our Diamond District bonus hour. All coming up here on Miller and Moulton. It is time now for
The Starting Five. 5 big stories you need to know. Here is the Starting Five.
So down 24-23 with 27 seconds to go. Todd Bowles. Oh, wait, I'm sorry. I got to turn the page on that. Okay.
Well done, David. Well done.
The College Football Playoff Committee. Their voices were heard yesterday for the first time. And they ranked the teams 1 through 25. And then we had to figure out which teams would be seated where. Oregon, Ohio State, Georgia, Miami, Texas, your top 5. Penn State, Tennessee, Indiana, BYU, Notre Dame, Alabama, Boise State to round out the top 12. Now, let's seed those teams. Since you got Oregon 1 and Ohio State 2, obviously 2 Big Ten teams cannot get 2 of the top 4 seeds because only one of them can be the conference champion. So you assume that based on seeding right now, your first, second, third, and fourth seeds would be Oregon 1, Georgia 2, Miami 3, and BYU 4, because they're the fourth best ranked conference leader, with Boise State being the group of 5 representative seeded 12th. For what it's worth, Washington State is 21st and Army is 25th. So Boise State seems to have a lot of wiggle room. Maybe could even afford a loss. Maybe before the conference championship game. Maybe. I mean, 12 ahead of. Also, Washington State not aligned with the conference. Schedule is okay. I will say this. If Army posts a donut, they will have beaten Notre Dame along the way. So that would change everything. But anyway, so that's the rankings. This would be, according to the committee last night, this would be our first round of the college football playoff. 5 against 12 would be Ohio State hosting Boise. 6-11 would be Texas hosting Alabama. 7-10 would be Penn State hosting Notre Dame.
That is just delicious.
I mean, Texas hosting Bama is not bad either.
No.
But yeah.
But we'll get that a few times in the upcoming years when it lines up for conference games.
And as of today, the 8-9 matchup would be Tennessee hosting Indiana. But both those teams have matchups coming up in which they are expected to lose. What's noteworthy, the team on the outside looking in right now, second place team from the ACC, SMU. Then you line up 3 SEC schools in a row, A&M, who still can beat Texas, LSU, who plays Alabama this week, and Ole Miss, who has a date with Georgia. So the team seeded 14 through 16 can still raise their hand and make their case, but they're going to have to do something that as of now they're not expected to do. Deion and the Buffaloes are ranked 20th, for what it's worth. They're like the 4th highest ranked Big 12 school, but they're ranked 20th, and they're in 3rd place. They win out. K-State beats Iowa State at the end of the year. Colorado's in the Big 12 title game. College football last night, Maction as a distraction. Bowling Green held off Central Michigan 23-13, and Miami of Ohio with a 27-21 win over Ball State. If you took the points last night with the home teams, you went 2-0. So with that in mind, Ohio's an 18.5-point favorite at winless Kent State. 0-8 Kent State. Do you take the points?
No. Kent State might be the worst team in college football.
And Northern Illinois, by the way, after beating Notre Dame, does anybody know what Northern Illinois' record is?
They've lost 4, David.
They're 4-4. That's why Notre Dame probably doesn't have a lot of wiggle room. And by not a lot, we mean none. Because that is a bad loss. I mean, not as bad as Ole Miss to Kentucky. But it's
yeah, it is.
Oh,
yeah, it is.
That's true. 28
yes,
points.
It is.
Yeah, my bad. Worst loss of the year in college football. Anyway, Northern Illinois is a 2-point favorite at Western Michigan. Because we've got more Maction as a distraction. Yesterday was the NFL trade deadline. 7 deals made. 7. Our over-under was 2.5. Commanders gave up a third, fourth, and sixth round picks in next year's draft to pick up Saints corner Marcus Lattimore. They also get a fifth rounder back from New Orleans in the deal. Steelers sent a fifth rounder to the Jets for wide receiver Mike Williams and a seventh rounder to the Packers for edge rusher Preston Smith. Rams sent cornerback Tre'Davious White and a seventh rounder to the Ravens and got a seventh rounder back. So they basically did him a solid. He wasn't playing with the Rams. He said, hey, I'll stay, but if somebody wants me, would you trade me? And they said, yeah, sure. So they basically swapped sevenths in which the Rams could actually get the worst end of the deal. But now Tre'Davious White goes somewhere where maybe he has a chance to play. Bengals got Bears running back Khalil Herbert for a seventh rounder. Lions picked up edge rusher from Cleveland, Zadarius Smith. They gave up a fifth and a sixth to do so. The most confusing trade of the day, Cowboys, they were buyers, not sellers. They acquired Carolina wide receiver Jonathan Mingo. You figured you'd get him for like a seventh, at most a sixth. Yeah, the Cowboys gave up a fourth. Now, they got a seventh rounder back, but still, it's a head scratcher. NHL, 11 games yesterday. No Braden Point for the Lightning. Pay attention to that. And they lost in St. Louis 3-2. No Austin Matthews for the Leafs either, but they shut out Boston 4-0. Kane scored the game-winning goal with under 30 seconds left and added an empty netter, beat the Flyers 6-4. The Winnipeg Jets are 12-1. Now, I mean, nobody cares, and that includes in Canada. But the Winnipeg Jets are 12-1. They shut out the Hockey Club of Utah 3-0. Calgary beat Montreal in overtime 3-2. Sid scored, but the Penguins lost in a shootout to the Islanders 4-3 after blowing a 3-1 third period lead. Buffalo 5-1 over Ottawa. The Kings 5-1 over Minnesota. Vancouver 5-1 over Anaheim. Nathan McKinnon had 5 assists last night.
Pretty good night.
That's not bad. 6-3 Colorado over Seattle. San Jose's won 4 out of 5. What the heck? Sharks beat Columbus 2-1 in overtime. College basketball, not a lot of action in the state of Florida. Anyway, FIU lost at Rice 77-70, and Bethune got whacked at Texas Tech 94-61. Women's hoops, FGCU blew a 9-point fourth quarter lead, lost to Davidson 57-56, and UCF whacked Iona 76-44. Otani had shoulder surgery after dislocating it with that slide in game 2. They said he'll be ready for spring training. By the way, Braves setup guy Joe Jimenez out a minimum 8 months, could be out the whole year, left knee surgery. I mean, do the math. I mean, that's all-star break at best for a guy who is going to be a key reliever for Atlanta. So you heard about the Joel Embiid altercation with the Philadelphia sports writer? So he gets a 3-game suspension from the NBA. Okay. Here's the tricky part, though. Embiid's not playing. You know, he's out, air quotes, injured, unquote. Well, if you're Embiid and the Sixers, you want that suspension to start as soon as possible. So the NBA has said, well, the suspension doesn't start until Embiid's ready to play. How much you want to bet the Sixers announce later today that Embiid's ready to play against the Clippers?
Oh, I would have him ready to play the next game, even if he's not.
Right.
Why not?
Exactly. Because you want him to serve the suspension right away. And
absolutely.
What a scam if you could have him serve the suspension when he's not yet ready to play. The suspension is going to cost Embiid over $1 million. That's the real pain here. Because obviously he and the Sixers have shown they don't really care if he plays. Denver's Aaron Gordon, by the way, out multiple weeks with a calf injury. And they're already missing Murray with an injury. Jokic is out there by himself. He's still really good. And at 11 minutes before the hour mark, that was the starting 5. 5 big stories you need to know here on Miller and Moulton.
So there you have it. Your rundown of what happened yesterday, from the college football playoff to the NFL trade deadline to what happened in hockey and college hoops, all on the starting five. I'm still blown away by what Dallas did yesterday.
Wow. So's the rest of the league. I mean, seriously, the whole rest of the league is like, wait, they gave up what? They gave up a 4th-round pick? Well, remember what they gave up for Trey Lance. I mean, a 3rd-string quarterback that San Francisco was giving away. And I think they gave up a 4th for Lance, who's their 3rd-string quarterback, whose contract's up at the end of this year.
They can't get out of their own way.
No, they can't. And not only that, they're 3-5. They're going to be without Dak for a month. I mean, they think that 4th-round pick, they still think they're making the playoffs, and they're giving up a pick that's in the bottom 10, 12 spots of the 4th round. Hell, that 4th-round pick could easily be in the top 10, 12 spots of the 4th round.
I would bet on that more than I would bet on the former, David. There's no doubt.
Right. I mean, if, what is that pick more likely to be in the 100s or the 120s right now? I think we'd all bet the 100s. So, I don't know. But 7 trades. We wanted trades. They can't all be good. They can't all make sense. One of them's got to be a head scratcher, right?
For the most part, everything else made sense. Teams had needs. They filled needs. Detroit did a nice job. Cincinnati did a nice job. The Pittsburgh Steelers did a nice job. Washington did a tremendous job.
And then there's Dallas. But they're all in, Mark. Just remember.
The insane asylum is what they're all in. In the words of Dak Prescott, we suck. Those are his words, not mine.
About right.
Voice.
Nope, that's from the lip readers. Yep. We all saw that one. Yep. So there you have it. The starting 5, college football playoff committee, NFL trade deadline, and then a little this, little that. By the way, okay, and I know the media sucks. Okay, I mean, we suck worse than the Cowboys. We get that. We know that. We know our role in society. Okay, we know where we are in the pecking order. I mean, we're ahead of Congress. We don't know if we're ahead of much else. We're ahead of Congress. Okay, but 3 games for Embiid, getting into a physical confrontation with a sports writer. I've got mixed feelings on this. See, I'm old enough to have had people physically accost me, and that just came with the job.
It doesn't anymore.
Apparently not. And today's society, I guess the thought was it was going to be more like 5. I was actually surprised it was 3.
I thought it would be a lot more.
Really?
Yes.
I mean, he didn't punch him. He just, he just kind of pushed him, got fit, grabbed him, by the shirt, put him up against something type deal.
For what he wrote.
Yes, for what he wrote. Well, he was angry, Mark. And he might have been hungry too. He might have been hangry.
We started our show 18 years ago and have been fired 3 times. But Miller and Moulton have never lived on the edge like we are now. We have our best morning ratings ever and are steadily adding affiliates. Yet, we only have a few sponsors, and if that doesn't change, we cannot continue. But if you want to advertise on Miller and Moulton, reach out to one of us directly by texting sponsor to 21,000 or by contacting me on X at @MarkMiller or David at @TheDavidMoulton. You can save Miller and Moulton and make your business some serious money by texting 21,000 now.
Gentlemen, as your wife mentioned getting new flooring, but you don't want to go through the hassle, well, go see the Floor Meisters in Naples next to Costco. They understand your time and money are important, so they'll make it as painless as possible. With a huge in-stock selection of carpet and Core-Tech, they can get you the floor your wife's been asking for. They carry wood, vinyl, carpet, and tile. If you do it yourself, no problem. They can handle that as well. So go see TJ at the Floor Meisters and tell them, just keeping it real.
Do you have a sleep problem but don't want to wear a CPAP mask? This is Mark Miller for Sleep Treatment Direct. The mask wasn't working for me, and I didn't think I had an alternative. I do. We all do. They have such simple alternatives with greater success than the mask. Visit sleeptreatmentdirect.com. That's sleeptreatmentdirect.com. And if you are like me and your CPAP machine isn't working for you, it's time for a change. Call 239-444-1741. That's 239-444-1741. Sleep Treatment Direct. Sleep safe and sound. American Paint Supplies, for nearly 30 years, is your one-stop shop for all your coating needs. If you are a designer, a contractor, a professional painter, or a weekend warrior, American Paint Supplies is the place where experts go to get expert solutions. At 6100 Shirley Street in Naples off of Pine Ridge, American Paint Supplies delivers the best solutions with the best products with the best support. Meet Gene and his team today at American Paint Supplies. Call 239-566-2700. That's 566-2700 or online at AmericanPaintSupplies.net. The Cape Coral Police Department is growing. They are currently looking for police officers and are offering a $10,000 signing bonus to newly hired officers. If you desire a career in law enforcement, or if you are already in law enforcement and thinking about making a move to a better agency, think Cape Coral Police Department. If you're looking for a police department that is committed to excellence, that invests in the highest level of training, state-of-the-art equipment, and some of the highest compensation in all of Southwest Florida, then the Cape Coral Police Department is for you. Visit capecops.com. That's capecops.com. Mark Miller for Molly Maid. Why Molly Maid, you ask? Trust. Moulton was a customer for 15 years. Affordability. Didn't I just say Moulton was a customer for 15 years? Worry-free services. Our professional house cleaners are fully insured and a 24-hour warranty. Call Molly Maids today at 239-774-5839. That's 239-774-5839 or online at mollymaid.com/FTMYERS. That's mollymaid.com/FTMYERS.
This is Miller and Moulton.
Am I procrastinating? What the hell? What does that mean?
Not sure what that comment means, David.
I don't either.
Didn't know you were Canadian.
Hello.
Dead or Canadian? My bonus bets. What bonus bets are you speaking of?
Yeah, I didn't realize I had a bonus bet. Capeco, what are you talking about? Also, my name's right on the screen there. You could spell it right. Bum.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton, coming at you from the Floormeister Studios. Floormeisters, keeping it real. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
Hour 2 of Miller and Moulton on this hump day. Thanks for getting over it together, shall we? Miller and Moulton, millerandmoulton.com, Miller_Moulton on X. Seth Everett 1 hour from now. Bud Elliott in about 90 minutes. Chris Perkins to talk Dolphins, who were quiet. Didn't do anything. Didn't sell anybody off. Didn't pick anybody up. They're hoping to get some guys back on defense and get healthier. They've lost 2 games at the gun, if you will, back to back. Tua's played well in both. Defense right now struggling to get stops with all the injuries. We went through Tampa Bay's schedule yesterday that, believe it or not, after the Niners game this Sunday, Tampa could rattle off a bunch of wins. You look at the Dolphins' schedule, well, they're done with Buffalo. I mean, the Jets and Dolphins play each other twice. One has to sweep the other if they hope to get back in this and contend for a playoff spot. Just simple as that.
Dolphins at the Rams this week. Seemingly a tough game for them on the road, Monday night, against a team that's playing better, but it's a small point spread, 2.5, I believe is the number.
Right. It's a winnable game. I mean, at this point, when you're 2-6 and you've dropped winnable games at home against Tennessee, at home against Arizona, all right, you've got to start winning some of these tough winnable games.
And they don't.
No.
I mean, the Miami Dolphins don't win tough winnable games. They lose those games.
I know. But obviously, if you're going to turn it around, got to start somewhere.
But if they somehow get the Rams on Monday, then it's a couple of home games against the Raiders and the Patriots.
Well, now
all of a sudden, you can turn that 2-6 into 5-6, and there's hope.
Right. Now, what do you have after that?
Well, then you have at the Packers.
Oh, that's not ideal. So let's just say 5-7.
Then you have the Jets.
See, this is where they both could play each other with identical records too when they meet. Because the Jets are what, 3-6 right now?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, would it shock you if when the Jets and Dolphins play one another that they have identical records and they're both thinking, well, we're going to eat you on our way to getting in the playoffs? No. I'm going to eat you on the way to getting in the playoffs.
Then the Dolphins are at the Texans, home for the Niners, at the Browns, at the Jets.
Yeah, it looks as if the Dolphins have frittered away too many games.
Based on the fact that Tua doesn't beat good teams. He hasn't. His signature wins the Baltimore game last year.
But go win Monday night. And then, get to 5-6 and at least get to the point where you're almost interesting. Almost. But the Dolphins didn't sell anybody off. At 2-6, Chris Greer's all in on the season and saving his job. I was a little surprised they didn't pedal off like Mostert. I mean, they've got a couple of young running backs that they like, that they've been giving carries to. They got 4 running backs. I mean, I don't know. I was a little surprised they didn't farm out Raheem Mostert. I don't think he's in their plans for next year. He's a veteran. He's making, what, $4 million? I'm a little surprised they didn't trade him for a pick.
And if you're Cincinnati, would you have wanted Mostert over the guy you got from Chicago? It seemed like that would have been a spot because they are in desperate need of a backup running back, and Mostert comes to the table with a little bit more than what they got. But
But then again, they only gave up a 7 for Khalil Herbert. And if I'm the Dolphins, I'm probably looking for at least a 6 for Mostert. But I hear you. Yep. So the NFL trade deadline has come and gone. Let me ask you, and this is obviously dangerous because there's so many variables over the course of 4 more weeks of the college football regular season. Never mind the outcome of the conference championship games. But if I were to just present the scenario this way, 12-1 Miami, having lost to SMU in the ACC championship game, would you give them the at-large over either fourth-place team in the Big Ten or SEC? Because 12-1 Miami, in theory, versus, say, 11-1 Indiana, or pick the 10-2 SEC team that you want to pick, which, for the sake of the committee right now, is Alabama. Now, Alabama plays LSU this week.
Yeah, I'm gonna say it's Tennessee, because if Alabama ends up with 2 wins or 2 losses, we know who they've beaten going the rest of the way. Tennessee with 2 losses, they will have lost to Georgia. I could see that being really close.
So you just hypothetically, and to everybody listening, 21,000 text line, Twitch chat room, fire away. If you're the committee, your gut feeling right now, Miami runs the table, but then loses the ACC title game. And right now it would be to SMU. Would you give them an at-large spot over a 4th bid in either the Big Ten or the SEC? And right now, those teams are Indiana and Alabama. Mark says, let's say Bama wins out, we'll move them up. So Miami at 12-1, Indiana at 11-1, Tennessee at 10-2. Only 2 spots available.
I think Indiana would be out, depending on. So much of this is, to me, on how tough Indiana plays Ohio State. They get their doors blown off with the strength of schedule that they have. I think Indiana's out.
Okay. Let's just say they get beat by 10. They lose 31-21.
Now you're putting it right at where it needs to be.
Well, because also Tennessee, we're assuming Tennessee is going to lose to Georgia. Now, you compare, do you consider Georgia and Ohio State are pretty much a toss-up, right?
Right.
The committee has Ohio State 2, Georgia 3. The polls have Ohio State 3, Georgia 2. So that's basically, let's just say Tennessee loses to Georgia by 10. Indiana loses to Ohio State by 10. 12-1 Miami. And by the way, we got to start investigating their strength of schedule. 11-1 Indiana. A 4th place 10-2 SEC team. We'll call them Tennessee. Is Miami in or out? Or is Miami going to get Florida Stated?
I think Miami would get in if they put a donut up and lose in the ACC championship game. I believe that they'll get in. One, unlike Florida State, their quarterback's going to be healthy, we're assuming.
Yes, that is true. We're not assuming any major injuries. And based on what the committee said last year, Florida State would have gotten in if their quarterback stayed healthy. Okay. All right.
So I think Miami gets in.
So you think basically, is that on merit or is that on name?
Yes. I think it's a little bit of both. I think the Miami name still carries weight. And after all, we've talked about this forever. I know the committee doesn't think this, but the ESPN people will be telling the committee Miami moves the needle.
I will say Miami had a good week last week. They've beaten Louisville. Louisville beating Clemson helped Miami. That helps their strength of schedule because Miami doesn't play Clemson this year.
And may not now because of Clemson losing, and SMU has the path, the best path to get to the ACC championship game.
Clear path to the ACC title game. So that's just something to keep in mind. If you're a Miami, are you sure that if you get to the title game with a donut that you're in? Because that is potentially the dilemma for the committee. A fourth place team from the Big Ten/SEC head to head with a 12-1 Miami, and the one came in the ACC title game. And remember, right now we have Miami in our hypothetical losing to SMU. Well, SMU was just ranked 13th by the committee. Let's assume SMU keeps winning. Well, we've already gone through some of the matchups here. I mean, SMU is probably not going to be worse off than 13th. They might even improve a spot or two. I mean, hell, it's possible heading into the conference championship games that they have SMU as a playoff team. Whether they will be or not, but you know what I'm getting at here. So it's not like that loss by Miami is going to be an awful loss. I mean, right now that's going to be a loss to a top 15 team in the country on a neutral field. But it's the ACC going up against the Big Ten and the SEC.
This is where I think Indiana might be in trouble. I think the strength of schedule, and they pointed it out last night in the committee, they did take Indiana apart a little bit for who they played and talked about the strength of schedule. This is what could hurt Indiana.
And by the way, there's only one game that you can really get on Indiana for. I mean, first off, they fired their coach last year. They came off a horrible year. He had 20 plus guys leave before he took over as head coach. I mean, they did schedule an FCS team that wasn't a very good one in Western Illinois, something like that. But otherwise, their schedules, the rest of the Big Ten, quite frankly, the teams they got this year in the Big Ten, quite frankly, just haven't been very good.
No, the Nebraskas of the world have let them down.
And even the Michigan team that's made the playoff 3 straight years, they're going to play a 4-loss Michigan team ranked 35th in the country. And that's going to be the best game on their schedule in the first 10 games of the season.
The one thing Indiana has done is pounded everybody they've played.
Yes, they have.
And we'll see what the committee thinks about margin of victory versus strength of schedule when it all comes down to the end. Miller and Moulton, millerandmoulton.com.
Gentlemen, as your wife mentioned getting new flooring, but you don't want to go through the hassle, well, go see the Floor Meisters in Naples next to Costco. They understand your time and money are important, so they'll make it as painless as possible. With a huge in-stock selection of carpet and Cortec, they can get you the floor your wife's been asking for. They carry wood, vinyl, carpet, and tile. If you do it yourself, no problem. They can handle that as well. So go see TJ at the Floor Meisters and tell them, just keeping it real.
American Paint Supplies, for nearly 30 years, is your one-stop shop for all your coating needs. If you are a designer, a contractor, a professional painter, or a weekend warrior, American Paint Supplies is the place where experts go to get expert solutions. At 6100 Shirley Street in Naples off of Pine Ridge, American Paint Supplies delivers the best solutions with the best products with the best support. Meet Gene and his team today at American Paint Supplies. Call 239-566-2700. That's 566-2700 or online at AmericanPaintSupplies.net. The Cape Coral Police Department is growing. They are currently looking for police officers and are offering a $10,000 signing bonus to newly hired officers. If you desire a career in law enforcement, or if you are already in law enforcement and thinking about making a move to a better agency, think Cape Coral Police Department. If you're looking for a police department that is committed to excellence, that invests in the highest level of training, state-of-the-art equipment, and some of the highest compensation in all of Southwest Florida, then the Cape Coral Police Department is for you. Visit CapeCops.com. That's CapeCops.com.
Honey, you want to come out? I haven't seen you since Glass Doctor installed our custom shower enclosure.
No thanks.
Well, you can't keep eating breakfast in the shower, and laminating your magazines is getting expensive. You remember we have guests coming over tonight, right?
Oh, I'm sure they'd love to see the shower.
It's our neighbors, and I highly doubt they want to be hanging out in our bathroom.
The shower's so good, you'll never want to leave. Visit glassdoctor.com today and schedule an appointment online.
This is Miller and Moulton.
And Irish football will broach that subject of Indiana beating Ohio State next week because I need Indiana to beat Michigan first before I start talking about them beating Ohio State. I'm not ready to start going 2 games ahead with Indiana just yet. That's my bias. No, Purdue and Ohio State's the big noon game, DC. Indiana and Michigan's the CBS game, 3:30.
Okay, according to Vegas Insider, I forget who asked Indiana's over under. It was ambient. According to Vegas Insider, the beginning of the year, Indiana's over under win total was 5.5. Yeah, the problem is, first off, it's not a great slate of games. Secondly, Ohio State will get their 2.5, 3 million viewers just because it's Ohio State. So that's why they took the game. When in doubt, you show the Buckeyes. The Buckeyes are the number 1 television draw in the sport. Better than Bama, better than Notre Dame.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
Bud Elliott will join us coming up in a little more than an hour to talk all things college football. Seth Everett, top of the hour, our weekly chat with our good friend here on Miller and Moulton, millerandmoulton.com, Miller_Moulton on X. Chris Perkins to kick off the Diamond District bonus hour, 9 a.m. Eastern in the 239 and the 904. Listen, while we're on the subject, and we'll change subjects here shortly, but while we're on the subject, right now we're at 12. Like we just discussed a couple of hypothetical scenarios. At 12. Right now, gut feeling, better or worse, is 14 better or worse?
It's worse for me. It's too many. It really is. I mean, we're talking about then getting a fifth SEC team or a fifth Big Ten team potentially.
Oh, sure. Yeah, I mean, I think once it goes to 14, first off, I actually think the Big Ten and the SEC are going to mandate it. It's going to be literally written down as a signed deal that each conference gets 4. I truly believe it. They're running the sport and they're going to flex their muscles and they're going to say, hey, if you don't want us to break away and do our own tournament, then you have to guarantee us 4 bids every year. That leaves 6 for the rest of you, by the way. Group of 5, Notre Dame, ACC, Big 12. In theory, 2 for the Big 12, 2 for the ACC, Notre Dame, and Group of 5. And in theory, if Notre Dame doesn't qualify, then there's an extra spot available for everybody. But I truly believe, Mark, that in the next 18 months, the SEC and the Big Ten are going to mandate that 4 of the 14 go to each of them.
Well, they're already trying, so I don't see that being a big stretch, David. I think you're right on with that one.
But the other possibility is, like, if we're at 14, is Alabama LSU an elimination game? Because that's what it is this Saturday. Make no mistake. Alabama's 11 and LSU is, what, 15? I mean, clearly it's an elimination game this week. Is it an elimination game if it's 14?
Not necessarily, because
Right.
9 and 3s are going to get in with the 14-team playoff. I mean, that's the one thing you can book it.
You know, right now, Tennessee is 8. They're projected to lose to Georgia. If they get spanked, say 14 or more, maybe they could fall out of a 12-team playoff. Maybe. They ain't going to fall out of a 14-team playoff.
No, they are not.
Whether it's legislated or not that they get 4. Now, we've got a bunch of ACC and Big 12 fans. We've got a bunch of Notre Dame fans. I mean, Notre Dame's got to love 14. I mean, 12 can get tight. I mean, think about Notre Dame this year. They've got 1 loss. The committee yesterday.
They have 0 wiggle room.
Yeah. Committee
0 wiggle room. They lose another game, they are out. No matter how big of a Notre Dame fan you are, you had to look at yesterday and go, we have to beat USC. We have to beat Army. We have to beat USC, or we're not making this postseason tournament.
Now, if they beat Army and USC, maybe there's a chance they can slide up from 10 into the top 8 and they can get a home game.
Figuring Tennessee's going to lose.
And Tennessee's at 8. Indiana's
going to lose.
Right now, the expectation is they lose to Ohio State. So, you know, you got that going for you, which is nice. But here's another school. Like, I believe, Mark, even though they're seated 7th, I don't believe Penn State has any wiggle room. Now, the committee's got them in 5 spots they can fall. But take a look at Penn State's schedule the rest of the way. They got 1 game that kind of looms. It's a solid team. Not spectacular, not a team that should be ranked, but it's a solid team that's getting better. Second to last Saturday of the regular season, Penn State goes to Minnesota. That's probably going to be an 8-win team, a top 40 team in the country, on the road against a team with a pulse. Not a great win. It's not a very good win, but it'd be a solid win. 12-team playoff. Can Penn State lose that game?
I think they can, but I sense where you're at, David. I believe that they can.
Okay, and the reason I mention that is, once again, we go back to schedules, and I know sometimes this drives some of you crazy. What's Penn State's best win? Arguably at USC in overtime. Right now, that's a 4-5 USC team. I mean, did they play Pitt? No. They beat West Virginia. West Virginia's struggled this year. And it was on the road. At the time, we thought, oh, it's going to be a good feather to have in their cap. Right now, it's like, hell, was it Bowling Green who won last night? Okay, they trailed
in the fourth quarter
at home. They trailed Bowling Green in the fourth quarter at home,
but they won.
They did. But
close wins don't. I mean, they just give you credit for that. They don't look at that and say you were in a tough game against a bad opponent. They just look at W's.
And if you've got Penn State's schedule in front of you, I was correct, right? That right now, arguably, their best win is at USC. That's a 4-5 team presently.
It's either that or at Wisconsin. It's one or the other.
Okay,
5-4 team or a 4-5 team. But your point is made.
We'll say it's Wisconsin. I think Wisconsin's now probably ahead of USC by a handful of spots. And that's why, if that's your best win in a 12-team playoff, can you lose at Minnesota and post that 10-2 resume?
But they are in the committee crediting good losses better than they've ever credited them before. Ohio State was ranked ahead of who? Georgia. They're deeming that their loss against Oregon is better than Georgia's win against Texas. If we're getting this really close here.
Mm-hmm. Yep. And in theory, it makes sense. They have Texas ranked 5th, and they have Oregon ranked 1, and they lost by 1 on the road. I mean, it's about as good a loss as you can have, right? A 1-point loss to the number 1 team in the country on the road.
But it's the first time that I remember the committee actually looking as if they're giving credit for a good loss. It used to just be about the W's. No matter how you got them, if you had a donut there, you were ranked ahead of anybody. It looks like they took a little time to consider the losses.
So this is another part of what's going on in college football this year and next year that just keep in mind. The difference between 12 and 14. You can argue, it's not much. Well, this time of year, I would argue Penn State could lose to Minnesota and get in a 14-team playoff. I'd bet money they don't get in a 12-team playoff if they lose to Minnesota. I think they could be the first team out, as we like to say on Selection Sunday.
SMU right now, the first team out for what it's worth. A&M, the second team out. A&M still has a great opportunity because they play Texas at the end of the year.
LSU's 15. They, of course, play Bama this week. Ole Miss is 16. They play Georgia.
We're now getting to the point where there will be elimination games on a weekly basis.
But there's also play-in games. I mean, hey, listen, Ole Miss, you lost at home to Kentucky. Okay? That's on you. Instead of losing a 1-score game at LSU as your only loss of the year, at which point right now you'd be comfortably ranked in the top 10. Okay? You went and lost at home to Kentucky. So suck it up. You got to make up for that. And unfortunately, your makeup exam is Georgia. Good luck with that. Miller and Moulton. Seth Everett in a half an hour, Bud Elliott in an hour. Thanks for listening.
We started our show 18 years ago and have been fired 3 times. But Miller and Moulton have never lived on the edge like we are now. We have our best morning ratings ever and are steadily adding affiliates. Yet, we only have a few sponsors, and if that doesn't change, we cannot continue. But if you want to advertise on Miller and Moulton, reach out to one of us directly by texting sponsor to 21,000 or by contacting me on X at @MarkMiller or David at @TheDavidMoulton. You can save Miller and Moulton and make your business some serious money by texting 21,000 now.
The world-famous cigar bar started as a neighborhood place in downtown Fort Myers, and now it's a brand, a destination, with 4 locations. The original place, Henry Street, Fort Myers, Gulf Coast Town Center, on Southeast 47th Terrace off the Cape Coral Parkway, and the Lounge on West 1st Street in Fort Myers. A place to go, whether you just need a relaxing drink and a smoke after a tough day at work, or a place to go celebrate. From relaxation to celebration, the world-famous cigar bar.
Mark Miller for Molly Maid. Why Molly Maid, you ask? Trust. Moulton was a customer for 15 years. Affordability. Didn't I just say Moulton was a customer for 15 years? Worry-free services. Our professional house cleaners are fully insured and a 24-hour warranty. Call Molly Maids today at 239-774-5839. That's 239-774-5839 or online at mollymaid.com/FTMYERS. That's mollymaid.com/FTMYERS. You have a sleep problem but don't want to wear a CPAP mask? This is Mark Miller for Sleep Treatment Direct. The mask wasn't working for me, and I didn't think I had an alternative. I do. We all do. They have such simple alternatives with greater success than the mask. Visit sleeptreatmentdirect.com. That's sleeptreatmentdirect.com. And if you are like me and your CPAP machine isn't working for you, it's time for a change. Call 239-444-1741. That's 239-444-1741. Sleep Treatment Direct. Sleep safe and sound.
This is Miller and Moulton.
Now, DC, we didn't say no possible road game, but we think the likely scenarios for Notre Dame are win out and they'll end up sliding into the top 8 and they'll get a home game. Or if they lose to USC or Army or whatever, they'll obviously not make the playoff. You know, I think personally, the committee, once again, it's a TV show. I think when in doubt, they'll make a Southern team go north in an 8-9 game. It'd be better television. Like right now, you know, the 8-9 games, Indiana at Tennessee. Let's just say, you know, and we know Tennessee's probably going to lose to Georgia, whatever. But let's just keep Tennessee the 8. If you're the committee, would you want Notre Dame to go to Tennessee or Tennessee to go to Notre Dame?
With that one, I've got to be honest, I don't care. Because Notre Dame going to Neyland with 100,000+ is a great.
Cool. It'd be awesome. But then again,
you still get elements in Knoxville.
It's possible. It's possible mid-December, yes.
Not like Gainesville.
But if it's the 3rd Saturday in December in South Bend, I don't know. I think, once again, if it's really close, if I'm the committee and I'm effing around with seedings because it's a TV show and I'm deciding whether Notre Dame's an 8 or a 9, I think I'm putting them in 8 and making a Southern team go north. But the other part is it's not like Notre Dame, you know, I don't know that Notre Dame gets a lot of benefit of the doubt from the committee. I mean, they reserve a spot for them potentially, but, you know, they're not a Power 4 conference. And you got to figure that committee room. I mean, there's only one guy there representing Notre Dame. You tell me, Irish football, if 9th ranked BYU, and let's say they move up a spot in a month, they're 8th in the country. Colorado's 20th. Colorado moves up to what? 15th? Okay. 15th ranked Colorado beats 8th ranked BYU. Knowing the politics of the sport the way you do, you think BYU is getting a bid? I think it depends on other conference championship games. I think BYU would need serve to be
They
held.
need Miami to win for sure.
Yes. They'd need serve, I think, to be held elsewhere. The one thing, though, that a BYU would have going for them, they'd be 12-1. In theory, Indiana would be 11-1. And the schedules, I think, would be very comparable. BYU's might even grade out better.
What's the Ohio State-Indiana line going to be if Indiana just wins and wins, by 10 or more against Michigan?
9.5. You think it's higher?
I don't know. I think a little bit, but not much. No, because if BYU gets in DC, the odds are they're going to have a bye. But I like where your head's at with that one.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
Seth Everett at the top of the hour, Bud Elliott 1 hour from now. It's a hump day edition of Miller and Moulton. MillerandMoulton.com, Miller_Moulton on X. Interesting sports day yesterday. College Football Playoff Committee, NFL trade deadline. 7 deals made. Mark, I actually believe we are going to look back at November 5th, 2024, as the day the NFL changed forever. I really believe that.
Why?
7 trades. Come on now. That's 3-4 years of trade deadlines in one afternoon. Never mind the fact we've had deals that have been made for each of the last 3 weeks.
I do think the Lattimore deal helps your theory out the most because there was actually something given up for that. Everything else, there wasn't a lot given up for the players that were acquired, 5th, 6th round picks. But the fact that a third, a fifth, was a third, a fourth, and a 6th?
Correct.
Went to the Saints?
Right. All in the same draft, too. I mean, they're all in next year's draft. It's not a third this year and a fourth the following. No. The Commanders gave up a third, a fourth, and a 6th. Now, they had 3 threes, and they gave up the worst of the 3. The 6th rounder was actually the Saints' pick that they had acquired in a trade. So New Orleans got their 6th back, if you will. But they gave up 3 picks in the same draft. I think it's going to change the league. And I agree with you. Most of the deals were of the window dressing variety. I mean, the running back from the Bears was for a 7th rounder. Tre'Davious White was for a 7th rounder. But, Steelers picking up Preston Smith, the edge rusher from Green Bay, for a 7th rounder. But, Mark, you and I are hockey guys. I mean, come on. There are a ton of hockey deals that are made that we as fans love in and around the trade deadline when teams are trying to do what? Just acquire a little more grit for the playoffs. Usually, at best, a 3rd line forward, might even be a 4th line forward. Okay, probably a 3rd defensive pairing guy. But it's just a veteran with experience, more size than skill oftentimes. We're just trying to acquire some more grit, some more depth. And they do it for a minor leaguer and a fourth-round pick. And as hockey fans, we love it.
Well, I applaud what Pittsburgh did yesterday, not just the Williams trade, but picking up the edge rusher, because as you point out, it brings them depth, and it says to the rest of that division, we're trying to win the division. This isn't trying to get to the playoffs. We're trying to win the North.
Well, 2 of their 3 edge guys have missed time this year. One missed 2 weeks and one's missed 4. So, and the AFC North games are about to begin. So the Steelers said, yeah, we need some depth at that position. So they picked up a body. Does he have half a season left on him? I mean, it does concern you a little bit, and it happens in hockey too, when a good team gives up a player. You go, well, they must not think he's any good, right? Or is this just a chance to dump a little bit of salary? Which Green Bay's always willing to dump a little bit of salary. They're always willing to go younger and cheaper. But to me, come on now, we're hockey guys. We love the hockey deals. So we got to love the football deals then too, right?
Absolutely. You know, I wonder, David, as I was looking at an article before the show this morning on coaches on the hot seat, I wonder if, and I don't necessarily think the trades lead to firings, but I do wonder how many more coaches are going to get gassed between now and the end of the season.
Now, we're talking about not Black Monday firings. We're talking about like what happened to Dennis Allen this past Monday. They don't make it to week 18. That's what you're talking about, right?
Yes.
Well, I mean, okay. I'll play the game with you. However, I do just want to say this. There are certain things that can change the equation. Like when you lose to Carolina, that can get you fired.
You mean the Munich game that's coming up this weekend?
For Brian Daboll and the Giants, yes.
Who you think by yesterday not dumping a bunch of players and certainly not dumping the rusher that they had, that don't you think Daboll's a little safer today than he was yesterday? Because they didn't clear anybody out. They didn't say that we've given, not that they think anything's happening this year, but they didn't give up on good players this year.
Well, the GM and the coach seem tied together with the Giants. I mean, Joe Shane got the job as GM. He came from Buffalo. Who did he hire? Brian Daboll from Buffalo. So they seem joined at the hip. I don't think the owner in New York, because he's been blowing out GMs and coaches every 2-3 years here now for a decade. And he has said, I have to stop doing that. Okay. Go lose to Carolina in Europe Sunday and tell me what you think is going to happen with the Giants. You think that GM coach combo can survive losing to Carolina Sunday?
No.
I don't either.
I don't.
Now, I don't think he blows them up in the middle of the season, but I could see it being done very late in the year if they lose Sunday. I'm going to assume as a 6-point favorite, they're not going to lose.
But what about Jacksonville? What about Peterson and Jacksonville? Now, you see a lot of wins on their schedule. If those wins don't happen and Trevor continues to play inconsistently, does Peterson get to finish the season in Jacksonville? They're 2-7 right now. The owner said this was the best team he's ever put together.
And he's been the owner for 12 years. See, once again, the way you phrased the question was getting fired before Black Monday, the day after the season ends. Okay. I don't think Khan is going to fire Peterson or Balky before Black Monday. If the wins in the final 5 weeks that I think are coming don't come, well, first off, I'd bet a large amount of money that Balky's gone. But also, I'd bet a decent amount of money that Peterson's going to be gone. Part of the problem I see for some of these guys is Belichick and Vrabel are available. The other thing is you got both coordinators in Detroit. How much hotter can they get? Like, you can write it down right now. Aaron Glenn's going to have to turn down the Saints job. He's got history there. Okay. There's no doubt in my mind they're going to offer Aaron Glenn the Saints job. Now, it's up to him. Does he want to take it? He hasn't been a head coach before, but then again, that is not going to be a good job for a while unless you get lucky in this draft and you get a quarterback.
When you rank the jobs that are going to be available, the Saints job is going to be at the bottom of the list. They have no quarterback and they're in cap hell. I mean, from a standpoint of taking a job where you are set up to fail, I don't know if there is a job more set up to fail than the New Orleans Saints right now, David.
Put it this way. Is there a number that if Mike McDaniel doesn't reach, that you think Stephen Ross says, yeah, I know I just gave you an extension. It's only money. You're fired. Because I do think there's a number that if they don't reach, that Greer gets fired. I mean, it's not like Greer's only been with the organization 3-4 years. He's been with the organization 20 years. I mean, so, Ross knows everything he needs to know about Greer. They're 2-6. Right now, over under 6.5. How many wins do you think the Dolphins are going to have?
Ooh.
They'd have to go 5-4 the rest of the way to go over.
That's right on it. I mean, it is right on it. I would bet the under because I don't think they beat any of the good teams on their schedule, and they probably split with the Jets.
So if they post a 6-11 or worse, are we sure Mike McDaniel sees year 4? It's only money. He's a billionaire. He's selling off 10% of the team and the F1 race and the stadium and everything. I mean, literally, he's getting a 10-figure check in the next 2 months in a business deal. 10-figure check. You really think he's not going to fire Mike McDaniel over money? Now, I think McDaniel makes it through the last game of the year, but I do think you could have regime change in Miami.
Do you think Pierce is one and done in Vegas?
Yes, I do. And I think this is where the Brady influences owner comes in. The one thing I will say, which could save him, they hired Norv Turner yesterday. And obviously the Raiders are going to be one of those teams that's desperately trying to get their hands on a quarterback. Norv Turner has a great reputation offensively. Troy Aikman, it's the number one guy in his football life as a coach is Norv Turner. He introduced him into the Hall of Fame. He believes he, could not have done more for him than he did. Totally believes in him, his philosophy, his coaching, everything. Norv's got a great record with quarterbacks. All right. If they can get their hands on one, but the problem, Mark, is you don't know if you're going to get your hands on one until March or April. Are you going to keep Pierce around and Norv Turner around to find out?
And, he blew out enough coaches last week that he'll get through the year. It's not going to happen during the year in Vegas, but I'm with you, David. It could happen shortly thereafter. How many more games does Eberflus have to win to keep the job in Chicago?
I don't know. Do you think it depends on wins or do you think it depends on Caleb Williams? Because they're not going to make the playoffs. Now, after the last 10 days, they're not going to make the playoffs, barring the unforeseen.
The schedule's very difficult for Chicago.
It
They
is.
play the Patriots this week, and then they play the division.
Eberflus has got a few things working against him. A, he hasn't produced a winner. B, he can't win on the road. He's 0-4 on the road this year. Has he won a road game as head coach of the Bears? It's either like 0 or 1 road win, and this is year 3. And number 3, he's a defensive coach who doesn't have a great offensive reputation, and his choice for offensive coordinator right now is coming under fire. So do you really have confidence in him and the guys that he's picking to coach Williams, DJ Moore, and company? See, I don't think Eberflus survives.
And that is so touchy because now you're already doing what you've done so many times in Chicago with your young quarterback is you're putting him in another coach, another coordinator, another system.
But once again, who's going to be probably the hottest coaching hire this offseason? It's got to be the offense coordinator of the Lions, right?
Right.
I mean, look at what he's done with Goff. Look at that offense. Teams have an inflated opinion of themselves. The Bears look at Caleb Williams and go, well, we think he can be everything Jared Goff is, maybe more. And we've got weapons. And the GM's going to go, I've invested all this resources in the offensive line. Now, it's not the Lions' offensive line, but he thinks it's better than it is because he put it together. But that's another thing. Like Glenn's he'll get more than one head coaching offer. I actually think Aaron Glenn could pick which job he wants, defense coordinator for the Lions. Tell me that Johnson won't have a choice of 3 jobs, minimum. I mean, six teams are going to ask to interview him. During the bye week, that's the other thing. They're going to get a bye right now, it looks like. Okay, he can interview every day during the bye week. So all those coaches are going to be fired before the end of the season or all get fired on Black Monday. And they're all going to call Detroit and put in a request to interview Ben Johnson.
And we all know there'll be a new coach in Dallas. It's just a matter of when.
Right. I actually don't think he makes the season.
You think he gets tossed before the year's done?
I do. I think that Jerry throws Zimmer in to finish it out. Yep.
So just looking ahead as to the coaches and the jobs that are available, and as you pointed out, both Lions coordinators will be hot commodities. And if they do get a bye, that's another interesting point, David, that the interviews that they'll have before things get going in the postseason for Detroit.
I do think there will be more teams needing a quarterback than there will be teams needing a head coach. That I will say. I think more bad teams will hold on to their coach than will dial it again with their quarterback. Miller and Moulton. Our buddy Seth Everett is next. Bud Elliott in 45 minutes. It's a hump day edition of Miller and Moulton.
We started our show 18 years ago and have been fired 3 times. But Miller and Moulton have never lived on the edge like we are now. We have our best morning ratings ever and are steadily adding affiliates. Yet, we only have a few sponsors, and if that doesn't change, we cannot continue. But if you want to advertise on Miller and Moulton, reach out to one of us directly by texting sponsor to 21,000 or by contacting me on X at @MarkMiller or David at @TheDavidMoulton. You can save Miller and Moulton and make your business some serious money by texting 21,000 now.
Gentlemen, as your wife mentioned getting new flooring, but you don't want to go through the hassle, well, go see the Floor Meisters in Naples next to Costco. They understand your time and money are important, so they'll make it as painless as possible. With a huge in-stock selection of carpet and Cortec, they can get you the floor your wife's been asking for. They carry wood, vinyl, carpet, and tile. If you do it yourself, no problem. They can handle that as well. So go see TJ at the Floor Meisters and tell them, just keeping it real.
American Paint Supplies, for nearly 30 years, is your one-stop shop for all your coating needs. If you are a designer, a contractor, a professional painter, or a weekend warrior, American Paint Supplies is the place where experts go to get expert solutions. At 6100 Shirley Street in Naples off of Pine Ridge, American Paint Supplies delivers the best solutions with the best products with the best support. Meet Gene and his team today at American Paint Supplies. Call 239-566-2700. That's 566-2700 or online at AmericanPaintSupplies.net.
Wine glasses never fall over until you get a brand new rug.
Oh no!
Ketchup bottles act normal till you're wearing a new shirt.
Oh, you kidding me?
And rocks slide peacefully on the road till the day you get a brand new windshield. Then they fly up off the road and attack without mercy. That's why new windshields from Glass Doctor come with our windshield protection plan. Unlimited repairs and 1 replacement for 12 months. Don't just fix it, protect it. Glass Doctor. A neighborly company.
Visit Jason and Todd at the Diamond District.
A natural diamond is the oldest artifact you will ever touch, and each is one of a kind. Jason and Todd at the Diamond District would like to meet you personally and share their love of natural diamonds and the positive impact of purchasing a natural diamond. We promise that in our vault sits the largest selection of GIA certified natural diamonds at the most competitive prices in the world. Jason and Todd look forward to shaking your hand and welcoming you to their Diamond District family.
Mark Miller for Molly Maid. Why Molly Maid, you ask? Trust. Moulton was a customer for 15 years. Affordability. Didn't I just say Moulton was a customer for 15 years? Worry-free services. Our professional house cleaners are fully insured and a 24-hour warranty. Call Molly Maids today at 239-774-5839. That's 239-774-5839 or online at mollymaid.com/FTMYERS. That's mollymaid.com/FTMYERS.
This is Miller and Moulton.
Hi, Seth.
Hi.
How are you?
Good. You hear me okay?
Yep.
Yeah.
It's fine.
Good. I set this up last night. My accomplishment of the night.
Well done.
How are the new digs working out?
The place is great. But my fear of this room, there's one room that's too small. It's the second bedroom in this apartment, and it's the only small room. And I had to fit a couch / pullout and this monstrosity of a desk. So it's a desk, but it's 3 monitors, it's 6 hard drives, it's speakers, webcams, like it's everything is external. So I had to figure out where everything plugs in. And I plugged the power supply in the wrong spot. So I got it on. I was all giddy. I was super happy. And then all of a sudden, the whole thing shut off. I went, uh-oh. And I thought I was doing you guys on my phone.
Right.
And I figured out the power supply thing. It was just a jigger and a thinger and done.
There you go.
Oh, I can't tell you the excitement. Plus, I'm going to Syracuse today, and I'm not leaving yet. Because one of my classes is over, so it's only one, and that class isn't until 4:30.
Okay.
I don't need to race there for
Good.
4:30.
Good deal. Okay.
So I could set stuff up and put it all together. That bookcase is going to be filled. That'll be my little background.
Okay.
So yeah. It's my first thing from this. You like my World Series t-shirt? They gave these out.
I didn't think you were buying one.
I wasn't. I went to game 4. That was it. Is the volume normal? Do I sound seriously? Do I sound?
No, you
normal?
sound the same. Everything sounds fine.
Everything sounds the same. That's crazy. Awesome. That was the other thing. This room was super echoey, and it's not anymore.
No, it's not at all. And I know exactly what you're, and I know what you wanted me to hear, if you know what I mean. And it's you sound fine. You sound studio quality.
I'm not fishing for compliments. Trust me, I'm like relieved.
No, I think you weren't fishing for compliments. You're fishing for the negatives, and they're not there.
Right. I just wanted to make sure. Like, did I do this right? Did I do this right? I'm shocked. Shocked. Oh, I should have gotten it. There's no time. Bought myself a Prince candle. Needed to class up the joint.
That'll do it.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton, coming at you from the Floor Meister Studios. Floor Meisters, keeping it real. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
It is the top of the 8 a.m. Eastern hour on a hump day, and that means Seth Everett. He of Sports with Friends and Hall of Justice, two terrific podcasts that couldn't be any more different from one another than they are. You can follow him on X at Seth_Everett. Seth_Everett. That's Everett with 2 T's. Seth, how are you?
Good morning, guys. Thanks so much for having me on. How is everybody? Is anything going on in the world?
No,
Nah, we're
not
good.
at all.
College football playoff, NFL trade deadline. That's all we're
Exactly.
concerned with.
You guys talking Cowboys. That nothing warms my heart.
I understand that. Hey, in all seriousness, if we can go back, any fallout, your Sports with Friends last week was with Mark Topkin, okay,
Yes.
the terrific Tampa Bay Times writer, okay, and you guys went in depth about the future of the Trop and, quite frankly, the future of the Rays over the next 1 to 3 years, maybe even 1 to 5 years in the St. Pete area. Any fallout from that? Any feedback that you got afterwards from MLB, from Topkin, from someone to make the situation any different in your mind?
Well, the people that I mean, I heard a lot of people say, thanks for doing it. Nobody talks about the Rays. And I was like, of course, you guys know my history with relocation. Relocation to me is the most under-discussed controversy in sports. It is never the biggest story on the list, and it should be. From the Sonics to the Baltimore Colts to the Cleveland Browns, it just goes on and on and on and on. And considering the fact that I know exactly firsthand, and you guys know very well, how terrible the weather in Florida is in June, July, August, that after you get out of April and May, the Tampa Bay Rays are going to be uncomfortable. Their players are going to hate it. And the only option then becomes relocation. And when people say just play in Miami, you might as well play in Nashville or Charlotte or Portland or Montreal for that matter, because it's a relocation. It's finding new places to live. The thing that Topkin did perfectly, and he explained it better than I ever can. He explained there are no good options, but the quickest option is to get the insurance money, rebuild the Trop, and play there in 26. That's the best option for the Rays, because if you have to do this for more than one season, every player will want to leave. And the union will have to get involved.
Well, I don't see how the union doesn't get involved, Seth, just because of what they've talked about, this hodgepodge of playing 3 games in Orlando, 3 games in St. Pete, 3 games in Tampa. That seems like a nightmare that the union's going to be up in arms about. They would rather have them relocate, in my opinion, than play this hodgepodge schedule around minor league ballparks.
But then it's how much do you relocate? Do you relocate the whole staff? Do you take the marketing people? What is the point of marketing?
No.
What are you trying to sell?
No. You just relocate the players and the coaches. No, the organization stays in their offices.
Yeah, their offices were damaged, so they're actually going to rent office space. That was covered in the podcast.
But obviously, but you've got to stay in the Tampa St. Pete area for office space, and there's some available. So no, they stay and they work out of their offices wherever it is. But no, listen, right now you have to bet that between the demise of the Bally's regional network and the Rays right now are one of them. This situation with the stadium, don't you think the Rays are going to cut a team that can cut payroll with the best of them? I mean, they're going to cut tens of millions of dollars off their existing payroll. They're going to be a bad or unbelievably young and cheap team next year.
Well, they'll have to be, because the competitive imbalance in baseball is going to be at new levels. So the reality of the RSN situation, the regional sports network, was enough to damage the franchise, regardless of the hurricane. The hurricane added insult to injury. I think right now you're on a day-to-day with the Rays. You have to figure out how to survive April 2025 and so on and so forth, and prove to me. See, if you can't, let's say hypothetically the insurance falls through, there's no money to rebuild the Tropicana field, then I agree with you. Then it's relocate. Then play in Nashville. Like play it, go to a city that the players will love, and go to a place that but then you're bailing on this region, the Southwest Florida region, and they don't want to do that.
Well, Major League Baseball has said as of right now, you can't do that. And I mean, you got to admit, the
Right, but
commissioner
if
does
Tropicana
pretty much.
Field can't get repaired, they can't do spring training facilities. It's not hockey.
No,
See,
listen, I
The
agree.
Coyotes played in a minor league arena, but they had facilities. It wasn't humid and hot and disgusting. The outdoor idea of playing in the Tampa area is horrible.
Hey, we all know there's minor league baseball teams up and down the Florida State League. You know, we've all seen the number of, first off, just the number of rainouts that you're going to have, and they don't care in A-ball. They'll just cancel it at the end of the day. It doesn't matter. You know,
talk about that on the podcast. Yep, you're right.
I mean, that's the other part of this, Seth, is that, you know, it's one thing, the humidity and all that. It's another to try to get games in, and I don't think they could come close to doing that.
So then if you abandon the market, I don't think Miami is the answer. Do you agree with that? I don't. I personally, you know, we didn't go into what ifs and what ifs and what ifs, what ifs. We addressed this. Topkin's going to come back on the podcast, I want to say in 6 weeks. We want to see how this plays out, maybe after the winter meetings. But if you're going to not play in the Tampa St. Pete area, I'd go somewhere. Go to somewhere and audition like the NBA did with Oklahoma City during Hurricane Katrina, which led to the Seattle Supersonics moving.
He's Seth Everett, Sports with Friends Hall of Justice, the two terrific podcasts. Follow him on X at Seth_Everett, Seth_Everett. This is a loaded question because of your personality and our personality. But have you ever gotten into a physical confrontation with an athlete over something that you wrote or said?
I've gotten into confrontations, not even remotely like
Joel Embiid and the Philly Reporter. Right.
There were some personal things that were said that I knew about with myself and David Segui. There were the more public one is Jeff Francoeur. Jeff Francoeur was at a bar and I was hosting Baseball Tonight, and my information, my reporting was the Mets had full faith in Jerry Manuel, the manager at the time, and the headline on the lower third, the graphic said, "Are Mets through with Manuel?" And he was watching with the sound off, and he lambasted me, and he crushed me. I was on the back page of the New York Daily News and the New York Post. He crushed me.
So
I found out he never even listened to it.
Right. So he thought what you were saying matched what was on the screen,
Yes.
and it didn't. Okay. But that was just verbal. I asked obviously because of the Joel Embiid incident. And let's face it, you're opinionated. Okay. And you'll stand up for yourself, and you don't back down to say what it is you want to say. So, I mean, Seth, it's not unreasonable to suggest in a 25-year career that maybe somebody went after you one time.
Yeah, no. Francoeur was one, but when I found out that he didn't watch, I crushed him on the radio. And I said, if you're gonna come at me, at least listen to what I say. If you don't like what I had to say, and what I had said was backing up everything that he had claimed. So David Wright actually set it up where Francoeur and I met pregame, like an hour before the rest of the media comes to the ballpark. I showed up there early, and I let Francoeur have it, and he apologized.
Okay.
What do you think of the suspension of Embiid? Do you think it should have been more? Do you think it was justified? I mean, we're at a point now where you can't be physically accosting anybody, let alone a reporter, when you're a player.
Embiid, two wrongs don't make a right. And for the record, I talked to my students about this. Marcus Hayes can write the column about Embiid not being in a physical condition to compete and not taking care of himself to the point of where he's become so injury prone. That is well within his right to write. The bringing up of his late brother and his son, that completely crosses a line. So to me, the way you handle this is you hope that the Philadelphia Inquirer suspends Marcus Hayes in addition to Embiid. But if Marcus Hayes can write about anything he wants and get away with it, I think there has to be some accountability. He crossed a line. He didn't need to bring up what Embiid said was right. How Embiid said it was wrong.
Now, Hayes was actually bringing up what he brought up, actually trying to be sympathetic towards what Embiid was saying, though. He was trying to explain, for those of you that don't understand the sacrifices that Embiid has made, let me tell you how personal they are. Embiid obviously didn't like the fact that he went personal.
Right.
Okay, so you thought, though, that Hayes was wrong. Everything he said,
talk about
by the way,
games missed. Talk about the free throws. Talk about the shooting. Talk about his lack of being in shape. You can criticize every aspect of his on court. You don't talk about his off court.
Okay.
Not in the context of that column.
Fair enough. Fair enough. Got about 90 seconds left. Sports with Friends, Hall of Justice.
So Sports with Friends, because of my moving and because I didn't have a studio, I couldn't do Sports with Friends. So there's no show last week. So go listen to the Mark Topkin interview. That is great. And what we did was last week, I couldn't do Hall of Justice because I was moving. So this week we have Hall of Justice, and it's the review of Venom, The Last Dance, a movie that is just all kinds of terrible. So if you're in a bad mood today or a cranky mood today, listen to that podcast because you will not want to see that movie.
Has there been a good movie lately, by the way?
Movies, no. Shows, yes, but movies, no. There have been bad movie after bad movie after bad movie. The shows, coming up in the next couple of weeks, I'm reviewing Agatha All Along and The Penguin, and those are pretty decent. But the movies have been terrible.
He's Seth Everett, Sports with Friends, Hall of Justice. Follow him on X at Seth_Everett, Seth_Everett. Safe travels to and from Syracuse. We'll talk next week.
Thanks. The podcast is actually better when the movies are bad.
Oh, we know.
Usually is. Popcorn isn't. Podcast is.
Seth Everett, kind enough to join us once again. Bud Elliott in 25 minutes on Miller and Moulton.
We started our show 18 years ago and have been fired 3 times, but Miller and Moulton have never lived on the edge like we are now. We have our best morning ratings ever and are steadily adding affiliates. Yet, we only have a few sponsors, and if that doesn't change, we cannot continue. But if you want to advertise on Miller and Moulton, reach out to one of us directly by texting sponsor to 21,000 or by contacting me on X at @MarkMiller or David at @TheDavidMoulton. You can save Miller and Moulton and make your business some serious money by texting 21,000 now. American Paint Supplies, for nearly 30 years, is your one-stop shop for all your coating needs. If you are a designer, a contractor, a professional painter, or a weekend warrior, American Paint Supplies is the place where experts go to get expert solutions. At 6100 Shirley Street in Naples off of Pine Ridge, American Paint Supplies delivers the best solutions with the best products with the best support. Meet Gene and his team today at American Paint Supplies. Call 239-566-2700. That's 566-2700 or online at AmericanPaintSupplies.net.
Gentlemen, as your wife mentioned getting new flooring, but you don't want to go through the hassle, well, go see the Floor Meisters in Naples next to Costco. They understand your time and money are important, so they'll make it as painless as possible. With a huge in-stock selection of carpet and Cortec, they can get you the floor your wife's been asking for. They carry wood, vinyl, carpet, and tile. If you do it yourself, no problem. They can handle that as well. So go see TJ at the Floor Meisters and tell them, just keeping it real.
Visit Jason and Todd at the Diamond District.
When you enter the Diamond District, you will quickly discover what makes Jason and Todd so unique to Southwest Florida. Within the walls of the Diamond District, you'll find many of America's top jewelry designers who have chosen the Diamond District as their authorized representative in Southwest Florida. Takori, Fana, A. Jaffe, Veragio, Christopher Designs, Shy Creations, Henri Dossi, all names synonymous with excellence, and all proudly showcased at the Diamond District. This is Miller and Moulton. You're listening to Miller and Moulton. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
21 minutes past the hour. Bud Elliott to join us in a little more than 15 minutes time. Miller and Moulton. MillerandMoulton.com. Miller_Moulton on X. I don't think I've ever asked you this, which is interesting because you and I have known one another a quarter century and we've done a radio show together on and off for 18 plus years. But you, I don't believe, have ever been in a position of reporter the way Seth and I have, right? You've been a broadcaster for teams doing games, right?
Right.
Did you ever have a problem with a player or a coach on a team that was more than just a one-time disagreement?
I've had more than a one-time disagreement. No, but I've had two good ones.
What do you mean by good ones?
Well, and I can't remember the player's name, but we had lost a playoff series I was working in Nashville in the ECHL Hockey League, and we had lost a playoff series to the team in Knoxville. And I cannot recall the player's name, but I said, and one of the things that happens is the game tape would have the home announcer's call on it. So when the other team is listening to the game tape and coaches watching film, you're hearing the announcer of the home team. It's the way it was set up throughout the league for the most part. And I'll just, Jim Smith, for lack of a better name. But there was a little brouhaha in front of the net, and the linesman came in, and I said, well, there's Jim Smith again, arguably the toughest guy in the league, as long as there's a linesman between he and whoever he's trying to take on. And I knew the coach pretty well from Knoxville. He was a good guy. And after the series, it was in our building. I walked down to their locker room and congratulated them. They take us out of the series. Hey, good luck. Great job. Wish you all the best in the next series. And the player happened to be in the locker room. And he says, hey, broadcaster, no linesman in here now. And I had a couple of, they've won the series. So
right.
And, I'm 5'8". He's 6'2". He's a hockey player.
Is he still dressed, by the way? Is he still in skates or no?
Probably.
Okay, so he's not only 6'4" on skates, he's 6'7", 6'8". You're 5'8".
And he had no shoulder pads on. He had his top, his jersey off, and he's getting undressed. And he says, hey, there's no linesman between me and you now. And I turned and looked at him with a smile, and I says, nope, not a one. What do you think? And he looked and he smiled and he gave me a little wink, and but he just wanted to make his point that watch your mouth because I can beat the hell out of you. But the other one was more fun, was in Huntington, West Virginia, one of the worst hockey barns that I ever worked. They had a broadcast booth that you had to climb up onto, basically like a loft. They had a makeshift press box where you had to climb up, and I carry all this equipment up there. And the referee left the game because he got hurt. He got his hand smashed, and I don't know if he broke his hand or whatever the case may be, but he couldn't, you need a whistle. And so he's out of the game, and the two linesmen are doing the game. And he was standing near me, and I forgot the exact play that happened, but I was confused as to why it was called the way it was. So I was proposing a question to the audience as to why that happened, but I was really proposing a question to the referee, who is now standing next to me, because I just didn't understand what happened. I was not knocking the call. I wasn't saying it was the wrong call. I didn't understand why the call was made the way it was. And so I'm proposing a question to the audience, but I've got the referee 5 feet to my right, and I'm looking right at him, trying to get some sort of explanation of him to say, hey, it was this, hey, it was that. And he went nuts. He thought I was taking on the officials. You think you're so damn good, you put the stripes on and you get your ass out there. Well, this all goes over the hot microphone.
just like it just did.
And I'm verklempt because, again, I was not trying to argue with this guy at all.
And if you were, you're good at it. So you're like, damn, if I'm going to get yelled at, Okay, I'd like to get yelled at for the right reasons. I could rephrase this, sir, if you'd like.
Well, at that point when he accosted me verbally, I started giving it back to him while on the air and said something to the effect of, well, that works out perfectly because I'm really glad that you just swore over the air in front of our whole audience. You've got a lot of class. That was as close as I came to a confrontation. He realized at that moment what he had done was wrong. And he just kind of backed off. We went to commercial. He apologized. But that was as close I had, and it was with an official. I guess the last one I had was another official in which I called the referee the worst official in the league, and there's no reason that he should ever be working a game again.
And he heard about it?
Not only did he hear about it, I would always go down to the officials' locker room before the game started or after the game and just make sure we always gave them a 6-pack of beer after the games. When I worked here in Florida, we always put a 6-pack of beer in their locker room and just to kind of make sure that they were all set after the game. And I walked down, everything okay, guys. And he had a case of Molson Goldens, Canadian Molson Goldens, real beer.
Right.
And I went, ooh, that's good beer. Mind if I grab one? He goes, if you admit that you called me the worst referee in the history of the East Coast Hockey League. And I went, that was you, wasn't it?
Did you get the Molson?
I did.
I know I've told the Buddy Ryan story before about my confrontation with him as he was the rookie head coach of the Eagles. But there have been a few others. Like one time I was doing TV sports in Scranton, Wilkes-Barre, and there was a longtime basketball coach at Wilkes College, really innovative offensive coach named Ron Rainey. And it had been discussed. I mean, the local sports writer in one of the Wilkes-Barre papers had wondered if Ron was going to get fired because the last couple of years had not gone well. And so they played their final game of the year on the road and they lost like 98-93. And as I'm going through the scores on screen, and I go and we'll see if this is Ron Rainey's last game at Wilkes. They lose at Delaware Valley 98-93. Well, as it turned out, it wasn't. And the next season comes around and, I show up with a camera and a microphone and, I'm going to do a preseason preview on the Wilkes Colonels there. And somebody had or maybe Ron had gotten back and was watching it at home. I don't know, but Ron knew about it and Ron was waiting for me. And he was a really nice guy. And he let me have it. And he also said, and by the way, I and we will never be talking to you again. I went, okay, good luck. I tried to say, Ron, Phil John Ficaro in the local paper had written the same thing 5 days earlier. Well, I had my piece with him too. I go, you're not going to talk to him anymore? I go, he's the number one sports writer in the region. I'm not talking to you. Okay, good luck. So that was awkward. I will say the college was only like 5 minutes from the TV station. I come back 5 minutes later. The boss is like, what the heck? And he goes, they won't talk to me. They'll talk to you. They'll talk to him. They won't talk to me. I go, I even offered to hold the camera and have the cameraman do the interview. They won't do it with me in the room. I go, now I have to admit, there was one time where a guy got a little physical with me in a room and other guys had to come in and like say, hey, come on now. Come on, get off him. I don't know. Maybe, I'm almost 60. I cut my teeth in the mid 80s. I don't know. I thought it came with the territory. I did. People called for my job many times when I was in local TV for things that I said. I had a guy smash out my back windshield and leave a note as to why he did it. Because I criticized Denny Green for not taking Warren Sapp. I don't know. I'll replace that windshield every year over that. I will.
I was going to say coach or player who smashed it out, but turns out it's just a listener.
Just a Vikings fan. That's all. I was very upset. How dare you say that? I know. Derek Alexander or Warren Sapp. Obviously, they made the right choice. But Elliott is next.
We started our show 18 years ago and have been fired 3 times, but Miller and Moulton have never lived on the edge like we are now. We have our best morning ratings ever and are steadily adding affiliates. Yet, we only have a few sponsors, and if that doesn't change, we cannot continue. But if you want to advertise on Miller and Moulton, reach out to one of us directly by texting sponsor to 21,000 or by contacting me on X at @MarkMiller or David at @TheDavidMoulton. You can save Miller and Moulton and make your business some serious money by texting 21,000 now.
The world famous cigar bar started as a neighborhood place in downtown Fort Myers, and now it's a brand, a destination with 4 locations. The original place, Henry Street, Fort Myers, Gulf Coast Town Center, on Southeast 47th Terrace off the Cape Coral Parkway, and the Lounge on West 1st Street in Fort Myers. A place to go, whether you just need a relaxing drink and a smoke after a tough day at work, or a place to go celebrate. From relaxation to celebration, the world famous cigar bar. Gentlemen, as your wife mentioned getting new flooring, but you don't want to go through the hassle, well, go see the Floor Meisters in Naples next to Costco. They understand your time and money are important, so they'll make it as painless as possible. With a huge in-stock selection of carpet and Cortec, they can get you the floor your wife's been asking for. They carry wood, vinyl, carpet, and tile. If you do it yourself, no problem. They can handle that as well. So go see TJ at the Floor Meisters and tell them, just keeping it real.
Is snoring bothering your spouse? Would you like to sleep in the same bed again? Do you know that snoring can affect your sleep cycle and cause lower testosterone levels? At Sleep Treatment Direct, we have easy solutions. We have a simple laser procedure that can improve snoring in 10 minutes. If you would like to get back in the same bed or are looking for a natural way to treat low testosterone, give us a call at 239-444-1741. That's 239-444-1741. Or go to sleeptreatmentdirect.com. That's sleeptreatmentdirect.com. Sleep Treatment Direct. Sleep safe and sound.
This is Miller and Moulton.
bud. Good morning. Can you hear us?
Good
okay?
Morning, guys.
There we go.
You good?
Yep. How you doing?
Doing well. Very well. How you guys doing?
Doing good.
Yeah.
All right. 10 seconds, guys.
All right.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
22 minutes until the top of the hour. And that's when Chris Perkins will join us to talk Dolphins, who did absolutely nothing at the trade deadline yesterday. But joining us now, Bud Elliott, who can't have a day where he does absolutely nothing. This is his busy season. He's got 5 jobs. 24/7 Sports, the CBS Sports Family, Nolecast, Cover 3 Podcast. Follow him on X at Bud Elliott, 2 L's, 2 T's, the number 3, Bud Elliott 3. All right, let's get to it. Your thoughts on the committee and how they lined them up 1 through 25 last night.
Overall, I would say very little that was totally unexpected. I think there are some things you can look at and maybe if you want to infer like things they're trying to set up, I guess you could. I am, and much to the dismay of our producer at CBS, I am not someone who thinks that like any of this stuff matters right now. I think they make it up week to week as they go. And then with the final one, they decide what they want to do. But for the sake of argument, I'll do it. All right. I think that, I'm serious. I think it's totally rigged. But
now hold on. Do you think when it was just 4, we all mocked it? We said this is just a TV show. This is just to sell ads because it was only 4. I mean, why do we even need to see 1 through 25? We made the argument yesterday that, okay, actually the full reveal now has more meaning with 4 weeks and a conference championship weekend left, like Colorado. How close are they going to be so that, you know, if they run the table and win the Big 12, can they get a bye? Can they catch Boise? You know, we actually thought yesterday that the full 25 reveal for the first time had meaning.
Interesting. So I think if you want to go that route, them leaving Missouri in is a way to prop up some of the other SEC teams because it allows you to put Bama at 11 and not at like 13 or 14 if you want to go that route, right? Because now, and it also allows them to prop Texas A&M up still inside the top 15, even though A&M just got worked by South Carolina. And because the reason is obviously Bama smoked Missouri and A&M smoked Missouri, but like they want to count those as good top 25 type wins. So if you put Missouri there, which I mean, I think Missouri being in the top 30 is egregious at this point. Like they have 0 good wins to me.
They're a fraud.
Yeah, like
they are.
It's wild to me that Missouri is getting the SEC respect. Like they're not a blue blood SEC team. I don't really get that, but I guess you have to put somebody in. I will say the SEC desperately needs Missouri to beat Oklahoma this weekend because if Oklahoma goes in there and beats them, that charade is largely over. Perhaps you could put South Carolina in that spot. You know, I think BYU is a fairly questionable one by them. BYU, by their own admission, has 2 wins against top 20 teams so far in their rankings. They beat Kansas State and they also beat SMU. Penn State above Indiana is interesting. Like, I don't know what Penn State's really awesome win is that Indiana doesn't have. You know, now you could say, hey, Penn State has played Ohio State very close and showed that they are not their equal, but not far below them. But still, like Indiana to me probably has a more impressive resume because they are undefeated still. And I get that they are playing nobody so far that is guaranteed to make a bowl, which would be insane to make a 12-team playoff and play. There's a real scenario in which nobody on Indiana's schedule, with the exception of Ohio State, makes a bowl. So those are kind of my opening thoughts. Georgia, Ohio State was interesting. If Clemson doesn't lose to Louisville, Georgia's above Oregon, right? Or sorry, Georgia's above Ohio State, I think, if Clemson doesn't lose to Louisville, because that win against Clemson would look more impressive.
I guess
Is
I
it-
have to admit, I thought, sorry, Mark, I thought in the polls, AP coaches, which I now don't mean anything. I actually thought when Ohio State beat Penn State and Georgia was losing in the second half to Florida, I thought, Ohio State's going to be 2 this week. Georgia's going to be 3. So that one doesn't do anything for me. I don't know about you, Mark.
Well, I think for the first time ever, they actually factored in losses and who you lost to. Where for forever, this committee has been about just the wins, just what's on the left side of the column, not so much on the right side. And I thought they kind of factored in losses for the first time, which I don't know if that's good or bad.
It's an interesting question. I think they do factor in losses. How much are they factoring in like big wins versus just like small wins? I think Georgia has the best win of the season. Like going to Texas and smoking Texas, to me, is more impressive than hosting Ohio State and beating them by a field goal. But also Georgia probably has a worse loss than Ohio State. So I think you have a pretty good point there. SMU has two pretty damn good wins on their resume now too, right? Like smashing Pitt and beating Louisville on the road. Those look pretty good, and they're behind Boise and Bama and the Irish. To me, that doesn't really square.
Well, but the committee, though, is saying, listen, SMU, if you win out, you'll get the ACC bid and you'll probably get a bye.
Right. But if you lose to Miami, you're out.
Oh, absolutely, bud. I mean, there's no doubt. Like, you have your projections,
Sure.
which you've had for the last 3 weeks, where you've had multiple bids for the ACC. You've had Indiana in long before anybody else had Indiana in the playoff. You had them in. But Andy Staples for On 3, he did his projection before the committee, and his and the committee were identical. 4 Big Ten, 4 SEC, 1-1-1-1.
Which is interesting, but I don't know if it can totally. I don't think we can get 4-4. Maybe we can if certain outcomes happen. But like the 4 from the SEC at this point would probably have to be Georgia, Texas, Tennessee, and the winner of Bama LSU.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, I mean that's feasibly possible. Bama LSU this weekend is definitely an elimination game because Bama will have no other good opponents to play. Auburn and Oklahoma are both going to miss a bowl. So, from that standpoint, that's it could certainly happen. They need a lot to go right to make sure they get 4 and 4. I do think they're setting up to screw the Big 12 into just one, unless it's BYU 12-0 and you lose in the Big 12 title game. At that point, I don't think you can really I operate from the standpoint that the committee will do what it thinks it can actually get away with. Okay. And last year, the Jordan Travis injury gave them the opening to screw FSU. I don't think if Travis stays healthy, they would have got them out. Like personally, some conspiracy people do. I don't. But this year, do you think they could keep a 12-1 BYU out? Because that would be 3 wins over top 25 teams for BYU and 1 loss in a conference championship game.
Well,
I think it depends what Penn State, Notre Dame do, bud. I really do.
Yeah, I mean, because Penn State would have how many wins over top 25 teams would Penn State have?
Well, none.
Perhaps none.
Right.
None. I mean, Minnesota will be a top 40 win if they win on the road there in 2 weeks. But we brought up the hypotheticals, and we're talking with Bud Elliott, CBS Sports, 24/7 Sports, Nolecast, Cover 3 podcast. Follow him on X, Bud Elliott, the number 3, Bud Elliott 3, in which the BYU Miami scenarios of if they get to their respective conference championship game with the donut, are they in? Because if you think about it, if they were to lose, you're putting a 12-1 Miami/BYU versus probably an 11-1 Indiana, and then the 4th place 10-2 SEC team. And at which point, for 2 or 3 bids, what does the committee do?
I think if Miami reaches the ACC championship game, they're in. I'm fairly certain of that because the brand value, because of the star player value with Cam Ward and some of the guys they have on that team, unless something happened, like unless a Jordan Travis type thing happened to Cam Ward in the title game, I don't think they would keep Miami out. I think the rest of those teams are very up for debate.
By the way, does Miami get to the ACC championship with a donut? How confident are you against Georgia Tech this week?
Reasonably, because I don't really think Haynes King is going to play. So,
and if he's out, that lessens their chances by.
Yeah, they would have to play Pyron, who's or the freshman. So probably not. And Miami is sort of rolling out of bed and scoring 40 plus on almost everybody.
Yeah, what is it with this? I mean, let's face it. We thought nobody that I know was higher on Miami than Mark Miller. All right. He picked them to go to the ACC title game at the very least, if not win it. I think, Mark, you had them no worse than 11-1 in Charlotte.
Yeah, I had them losing to Clemson in the ACC title game before the season. Clemson blew that by losing to Louisville here and probably take their chances out unless SMU screws up. But yeah, I've been high on the Canes the whole year, but that defense is fraudulent at best.
But this is like 95 Nebraska offense here. This is unreal what Miami is doing offensively.
Right. Now, there will be some teams who they will play who could control them some, I think, right? Like, who have they played who has real defensive linemen? Like, it's just really one team. And FSU gave them some trouble at times in that game. Like they didn't jump out 40-0 in the first 20 minutes. Like they actually had to kind of, work for it. Cal was able to work them a little bit. I think you could frustrate them by playing a slower tempo too. And not giving them a million chances. Nobody's really been able to do that. Think about the games where they could have lost, almost lost. Vatek some, and that Hail Mary at the end was interesting. But like Cal's a tempo team. Duke's a tempo team. That's why in those games you're like, this ain't over, man. Because they're going to get the ball 5, 6, 7 more times because Duke really can't move the ball at all without going tempo. But there will be some teams who have defensive linemen who can stand up to it probably more. Like if they have to go face a Georgia, a Texas, an Oregon, an Ohio State, maybe a Penn State, honestly. I don't know if Penn State can score with them, but the interesting thing to me with Miami's defense, Cristobal said that the Jedias Richard, one of their corners who got carted off, his injury was significant. Like to me, that matters because Brown's been out as well, the other corner. If they don't get right there, that secondary is liable to give up too many explosive plays. And at some point, you may not be able to dig yourself out of a hole. But they look really good. I've had them win in the conference for about 2 months, and their over on the season win total was pretty solid for me. So I do think they're really damn good.
All right, the big games this week, 2 of them in the SEC, ranked teams. Georgia at Ole Miss. Ole Miss has to win or they're out. And losers out between Bama at LSU. How do you see them?
Honestly, I think I like Bama and Georgia. With Bama, I note what A&M was able to do with the running quarterback against LSU. I have thought that Jalen Milroe was hurt for the past couple weeks. The bye week hopefully allows him to heal up. I think they will be able to move the ball, and it's sort of like big game DeBoer. Like he does really, really well in some of these big games, especially off a bye with time to prepare. I think they're going to go into Death Valley and win. With Georgia, man, something seems off about that team. Like just in terms of like I don't know if it's the coaching or the leadership or whatever it is, but damn, did they dominate Ole Miss last year? Like they seem to really play that scheme exceptionally well. I mean, that was a beating in Athens. And I know Ole Miss is better this year, but are they that much better? I'm not really sure that like this Ole Miss team is way, way better than last year's Ole Miss team. So I will reluctantly take Georgia and just maybe hope that Carson Beck doesn't throw 3 picks in the first half like he seems to do every week. And one thing I'll say, if you read Bill Connolly's stuff, Georgia had a 99.9% post-game win expectancy against Florida. And one of the reasons was because their success rate edge on a down-to-down basis was so huge. This is kind of like Miami Cal, if we go back to that. On a down-to-down basis, Miami dominated Cal. Cal hit a couple crazy explosive plays, and there were a couple turnovers. And those are sort of more like the luck factor type things, where the stuff we can measure that we know is predictive in terms of future success. Georgia dominated Florida. So I think maybe this is a decent buy low spot on UGA.
You got an upset you're looking at this week? You think Utah gives BYU anything?
I think they could. Yeah. But BYU has been playing better. I'm interested in Texas Tech.
There we go.
I don't think they're actually going to beat Colorado. I think Colorado's playing really well. Like Shador is playing exceptionally well, but it could happen. Are we sure BC should be favored over Syracuse or be dogs to Syracuse? Sorry, should Cuse be dogs to BC? That's an interesting one. Could Kansas beat Iowa State? Iowa State's favored by 2.5, 3. That's wild.
Kansas 2-6 though. Everything's gone wrong for them this year. Venables going to survive at Oklahoma?
I think he'll get another year. Yeah.
Why?
I think that with the coming money they're going to have to pay out with the House settlement, that a lot of teams are just going to not pull the trigger this year because I think they want to see and navigate how that's going to be, how much it's going to cost.
He's Bud Elliott, 24/7 Sports, CBS Sports Family, Nolecast, Cover 3 podcast. He works all day and night. They do a great wrap-up show on 24/7 Saturday nights. Follow Bud on X at Bud Elliott, 2 L's, 2 T's, and the number 3. Bud Elliott 3. Bud, looking good. Hope you're feeling good. Have a great weekend.
Appreciate it, guys. Take care.
Bud Elliott joining us once again on Miller and Moulton. We started our show 18 years ago and have been fired 3 times, but Miller and Moulton have never lived on the edge like we are now. We have our best morning ratings ever, are steadily adding affiliates, yet we only have a few sponsors. And if that doesn't change, we can't continue. But if you want to advertise on Miller and Moulton, reach out to one of us directly by texting sponsor to 21,000 or contact Mark on X at that Mark Miller or me at the David Moulton. You can save Miller and Moulton and make your business some serious money by texting 21,000.
American Paint Supplies, for nearly 30 years, is your one-stop shop for all your coating needs. If you are a designer, a contractor, a professional painter, or a weekend warrior, American Paint Supplies is the place where experts go to get expert solutions. At 6100 Shirley Street in Naples off of Pine Ridge, American Paint Supplies delivers the best solutions with the best products with the best support. Meet Gene and his team today at American Paint Supplies. Call 239-566-2700. That's 566-2700 or online at AmericanPaintSupplies.net.
Wine glasses never fall over until you get a brand new rug.
Oh, no!
Ketchup bottles act normal till you're wearing a new shirt.
Oh, you kidding me?
And rocks slide peacefully on the road till the day you get a brand new windshield. Then they fly up off the road and attack without mercy. That's why new windshields from Glass Doctor come with our windshield protection plan. Unlimited repairs and 1 replacement for 12 months. Don't just fix it, protect it. Glass Doctor, a neighborly company.
The Cape Coral Police Department is growing. They are currently looking for police officers and are offering a $10,000 signing bonus to newly hired officers. If you desire a career in law enforcement, or if you are already in law enforcement and thinking about making a move to a better agency, think Cape Coral Police Department. If you're looking for a police department that is committed to excellence, that invests in the highest level of training, state-of-the-art equipment, and some of the highest compensation in all of Southwest Florida, then the Cape Coral Police Department is for you. Visit capecops.com. That's capecops.com. Mark Miller for Molly Maid. Why Molly Maid, you ask? Trust. Moulton was a customer for 15 years. Affordability. Didn't I just say Moulton was a customer for 15 years? Worry-free services. Our professional house cleaners are fully insured and a 24-hour warranty. Call Molly Maids today at 239-774-5839. That's 239-774-5839 or online at mollymaid.com/FTMYERS. That's mollymaid.com/FTMYERS.
The world-famous cigar bar started as a neighborhood place in downtown Fort Myers, and now it's a brand, a destination, with 4 locations. The original place, Henry Street, Fort Myers, Gulf Coast Town Center, on Southeast 47th Terrace off the Cape Coral Parkway, and the Lounge on West 1st Street in Fort Myers. A place to go, whether you just need a relaxing drink and a smoke after a tough day at work, or a place to go celebrate. From relaxation to celebration, the world-famous cigar bar.
This is Miller and Moulton.
Morning, Chris.
What's up, guys? How are you?
Doing well. How about yourself?
Good, good. And enjoying myself. Dolphins are off today. They're just this is their Tuesday off day since they play on Monday night. So yeah.
Good.
Yeah, so get to stay home today. Still working, but get to stay home.
Good deal.
Yep. How are you guys doing?
We're good, actually.
Good deal.
We
Good
really
deal.
are.
Yeah. I took a pounding on Twitter last night, trying to say that the offense should have done better, and the fans weren't trying to hear it. So yeah.
Well,
Nothing's going well.
As you know, okay, even if a team's 2-6, okay, if you do something that's viewed as not positive, okay, the fan base comes after you. They don't want reporting, Chris. They want propaganda.
Yeah, you're exactly right. You are 100% right. Yeah, they want to hear things are going to turn around soon. Yeah.
Boy, and with your theory, we kind of went through the schedule and looked at giving them any shot, and we'll talk about it. It's hard to see it turning, even with a couple of. I mean, even if they get Monday, they can get to 5-6, but then what?
Right. Correct.
Well, we made the argument that the Jets and Dolphins, for either of them to dig themselves out from their mess, they're going to have to sweep the other. Whichever one is going to have to sweep the other.
I would agree. I would definitely agree with that. Yeah, because you one has to view the other in that scenario as easy victory. Yeah, right. Correct.
I got to leapfrog you. I got to push you. I got to go. Yep.
I agree.
All right, 20 seconds.
Okay.
Enjoy your day off.
Yep. I will try.
Good. Try hard.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton, coming at you from the Floormeister Studios. Floormeisters, keeping it real. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
It is the Diamond District bonus hour, and we begin it every Wednesday with Chris Perkins of the Sun Sentinel, sun-sentinel.com. You can follow him on X at Chris Perk, P-E-R-K. He joins us once again on the American Paint Supplies Hotline, your one-stop shop for all your coating needs. Chris, as always, thanks for your time. Before we talk about the trade deadline and the Dolphins doing nothing, let's go back to Sunday. Boy, play that well. Only 3 incompletions. Is that the sign of, hey, you know what? I guess you guys potentially are a pretty good team. That's just a tough loss, or bad teams lose close games.
You know what? Strangely, I think it's a combination of those two, because look, this was Mike McDaniel's best called game, I thought, since he's been with the Dolphins. I think 31 runs and 28 passes. The balance was excellent. He kept the defense. He kept the Bills' defense off balance. You had another 100-yard game out of the running game. Offensive line still playing well. But as you say, you still didn't win. And so it's like eventually good teams start winning these types of games. So there's reason to be encouraged, because you do have a different way to go with that offense, right? That it's not so Tyreek and Jalen Waddle heavy, but you still lost. And you still lost to a quality team. So there's a little encouragement, but the bottom line is you're 2-6 and you gained absolutely no ground in the stand. Matter of fact, actually, you fell back in the standings and your playoff hopes are worse.
Worse is an understatement, because now they're in a position where there's very little wiggle room. And Chris, you've talked about this since we've had you on the show. They don't beat good teams. So in a game where he calls it perfectly offensively, they still don't win. What do you put that on?
Wow, it's on a lot of things. So, I've got a very unpopular opinion here. I put this on the offense more than the defense because look, you paid out all these extensions, right? You gave the money to Tua and to Waddle and to Tyreek to win games like this. And I'm not going into this game, if I'm the Dolphins, I'm not looking at this game and saying, let's see, Josh Allen has, he's like 13-2 against us, 40 touchdowns, 9 interceptions. In the 3 games up there, the previous 3 games up there against Mike McDaniel coach teams, Josh Allen has put at least 30 points on the board. So, you should know you've got to score at least 30 offense. You can't score 27 scoring 3 touchdowns and sit back and go, okay, we've done our job. Like you can't score 4 touchdowns. Come on. You're the offense. Your defense is without Zach Sealer, Cater Kohu, Javon Holland. You come in without Bradley Chubb and Jalen Phillips. You can't go into this game thinking we're going to choke the life out of Josh Allen. He's got 14 touchdowns and 1 interceptions, but our injury-riddled defense is going to choke the life out of this guy. No, your high-paid offense has got to put 34 or 35 points on the board. Your highly paid offense can't fumble on the first possession of the second half when you're protecting a 10-6 lead. Third play of the half, you fumble. You lose it. This can't happen. So, look, the defense didn't do great. You gave up 30 points, but I just look at this offense, and you gave them all these contract extensions so they could win games like Sunday, and they didn't. So I put it more on the offense. Most of the fans put it on a defensive failure.
All right, Chris, with the reality of 2-6 in mind, did it surprise you that the Dolphins did nothing yesterday? No one expected them to be buyers, but they have some parts. I was surprised they didn't peddle Mostert. There are some teams out there looking for a back. I feel the Dolphins have 4 running backs that they like. I thought that they could, unload a little salary. I don't think Mostert's in their 2025 future. Are you surprised at all that Chris Grier did not sell at all?
Not surprised, because what the Dolphins are looking at this like we can make a run. So they're not going to sell off pieces such as Teron Armstead, who probably won't be there next year. Raheem Mostert, who quite honestly, it's time to bench Raheem. He had the fumble against Indy. He had the fumble against Buffalo. He's not part of your plans. You got Jalen Wright behind him. Raheem is one of the nicest, classiest guys on the team, but it's time to make a business decision. You got to bench him. But this is why they want to go for it. And so they didn't trade off, Calais Campbell, right? Guys like that. Javon Holland is injured. His trade value is going to be down. Jeff Wilson, another running back who they don't use, he probably doesn't have much trade value. I would think that Chris Grier might have made a couple of calls. He might have fielded a couple of calls, but really, they're best guys, Raheem Mostert, Teron Armstead, Calais Campbell, Javon Holland, the guys who could help somebody. I think they were pretty much like, you're not touching them. We think we can make a run.
Make a run. I mean, that means winning at least 7 the rest of the way. There's still some pretty good teams on that schedule that they have trouble beating good teams. First off, how do they get on a run? I mean, what do they have to establish in this game against the Rams where you think that they can be confident enough to actually go on a run?
I think you need to see something out of this passing game. The running game has kind of established itself, right? It's something that can be counted on right now. So you get that passing game to Tyreek and Jalen Waddle going, and then if your offense can score in the 30s, I think that gives you some confidence. You would have 27 in a loss to Arizona, 27 in a loss to Buffalo, but 30-something in a victory against the Rams. I think that gives you some confidence. You come home, it's the Raiders and the Patriots, or the Patriots and the Raiders, whatever order it is. And then you go to Green Bay on Thanksgiving night, which is your next, I shouldn't say your next huge test. Every game is a huge test, but that's your next huge, huge game. you would go into that game with some momentum. I think that's how you would get on a roll. You score 30-something against the Rams, you beat the Patriots, you beat the Raiders, and you go into that Green Bay game. Now you're on a roll. Now that's a huge test. I think that's how you do it. I'm very skeptical. I don't think they're going to win at the Rams, but that's how you would get on a roll.
Chris, besides the obvious of how demoralizing this season is, if we had said 2 months ago that Armstead was going to grade out as one of the 2 best tackles in football and was going to stay predominantly healthy, and the new center was going to grade out as one of the 3 best centers in the league, I mean, we would have thought the Dolphins would be kicking butt, wouldn't we?
Oh, 6-2 instead of 2-6, correct? I mean, you would have thought, yeah, if that offensive line is playing that well and Armstead is healthy, then of course the passing game is working well and probably the running game is working well because the offensive line was viewed as the weak link of the team, right? You had Jonnu Smith, you had OBJ. I'd have definitely thought 6-2. It is a bizarre turn of events, including their bad backup quarterback plan.
You know, I like that you brought up the balance of the offense last week against the Bills, but 7 targets total between Hill and Waddle. They're not going to win games without getting the ball to the playmakers more. I mean, the disappearance of Waddle is troubling to me. Is it to you?
I cannot understand what's going on. So I did a story last week talking about this is what's happening. And I talked to guys in the locker room. I talked to the backup quarterbacks. I talked to the receivers, and they're telling me in addition to the 2 deep safety or 2 high safety, whatever you want to call it, they're jamming Waddle and Tyreek at the line of scrimmage, which throws off the timing of the precision passing game. And I'm just thinking, okay, but there's probably a scout team guy at NC State who can get off the line of scrimmage, right? Like, I just don't understand what's going on here. Like, they're telling me all this stuff, and I'm like, but these guys are like elite receivers. Like, it can't just be jamming them at the line of scrimmage and playing 2 high safeties. Like, it can't be that easy to shut down this offense. That's what they tell me that it is. So, yeah, they need to get the ball to Waddle and Hill to fully fulfill this offense. But I'm even after they tell me what's going on, I'm at a big loss to figure out why they can't get the ball to these guys.
Do we have any idea how Stephen Ross is handling this season? I mean, he's not getting any younger. He said, I think we're potentially a Super Bowl contender. Do we have any idea how he's taking this?
Zero. He's not talking. The people close to him aren't talking. We see Steve Ross every now and then. He was leaving the locker room in Buffalo when we were coming in. Chris Greer was leading him out. He talks to Mike McDaniel and Chris Greer after pretty much every game. And Mike McDaniel told us that he talked to him after the Indy game, I think. But he said that Steve Ross understands and that he's being patient and everything like that. Nobody's been fired, so I guess I have to take that version of events as the truth. But I just, after you've spent all this money and you can't get the ball to Hill and Waddle, you had a bad backup quarterback plan. I'm sure Steve Ross has got to be asking a lot of tough questions to Greer and McDaniel.
Yeah, and we wonder how long Greer has. I mean, he doesn't have the extension yet, so the seat's got to be pretty hot on the GM.
It does, but as I say, you kind of have some knots to untangle there, because if you hire a new GM, is the new GM going to want Mike McDaniel? And if he wants a new coach, does the new coach want a new quarterback? And you're tied into Tua, right, with that contract extension, 4 years, $212 million. So, I'm kind of thinking if they finish 8 wins, 9 wins, Greer might stay. If you finish with like 5 or 7 wins, Greer is probably gone. But I think if they're 500-ish, Steve Ross could be talked into. We've come this far. Just give it one more year. What the heck?
All right, listen, I want to leave you with this because I know that you cover the team the way, reporters used to cover teams.
Yeah.
Okay. And people now don't want that. They want propaganda. Our Twitch chat room is loaded with Dolphin fans who love the work you're doing. Brett, in fact, says, I want Chris to know we like his honesty. I subscribe to the Sentinel because of his writing, and there are others that have backed that up in our Twitch chat room. So it's your day off. Take that with you, okay? Toast yourself at some point that, damn it, I'm doing a good job.
I'll do that. And yesterday was my birthday. So on those comments, I will take a belated shot today.
Yes.
Happy belated birthday, Chris, and thanks for all you provide for the show. We really do appreciate it.
Hey, I appreciate it. We'll talk again next week. Thanks for the great comments.
Chris Perkins of the Sun Sentinel, sun-sentinel.com. Subscribe because of him and follow him on X at Chris Perk, P-E-R-K. Good, bad, and ugly, what's on tap, all 25 minutes away.
We started our show 18 years ago and have been fired 3 times, but Miller and Moulton have never lived on the edge like we are now. We have our best morning ratings ever and are steadily adding affiliates. Yet, we only have a few sponsors, and if that doesn't change, we cannot continue. But if you want to advertise on Miller and Moulton, reach out to one of us directly by texting sponsor to 21,000 or by contacting me on X at @MarkMiller or David at @TheDavidMoulton. You can save Miller and Moulton and make your business some serious money by texting 21,000 now.
The world-famous cigar bar started as a neighborhood place in downtown Fort Myers, and now it's a brand, a destination, with 4 locations. The original place, Henry Street, Fort Myers, Gulf Coast Town Center, on Southeast 47th Terrace off the Cape Coral Parkway, and the Lounge on West 1st Street in Fort Myers. A place to go, whether you just need a relaxing drink and a smoke after a tough day at work, or a place to go celebrate. From relaxation to celebration, the world-famous cigar bar.
American Paint Supplies, for nearly 30 years, is your one-stop shop for all your coating needs. If you are a designer, a contractor, a professional painter, or a weekend warrior, American Paint Supplies is the place where experts go to get expert solutions. At 6100 Shirley Street in Naples off of Pine Ridge, American Paint Supplies delivers the best solutions with the best products with the best support. Meet Gene and his team today at American Paint Supplies. Call 239-566-2700. That's 566-2700 or online at AmericanPaintSupplies.net.
Gentlemen, as your wife mentioned getting new flooring, but you don't want to go through the hassle, well, go see the Floor Meisters in Naples next to Costco. They understand your time and money are important, so they'll make it as painless as possible. With a huge in-stock selection of carpet and Cortec, they can get you the floor your wife's been asking for. They carry wood, vinyl, carpet, and tile. If you do it yourself, no problem. They can handle that as well. So go see TJ at the Floor Meisters and tell them, just keeping it real.
This is Miller and Moulton.
Oh, yeah, Brett. No, we were thrilled that we could, get him on, and he agreed to come on every Wednesday at this time. It worked for him, and so, we're thrilled to have him.
Now he's even coming on via the Twitch,
via
the StreamYard, which is great for us.
Yeah, it bailed us out, actually.
Our audience is low. People must be watching a lot of election coverage today.
Yeah, I sense the same thing. I also sense people were up late.
Yeah.
Potentially back-to-back days. Yeah.
I'm not sure what you needed to stay up late for last night.
Yeah, really.
It was pretty obvious pretty early. I mean, unless you were really concerned whether or not Central Michigan was going to cover.
Right. I think that's what people were very concerned about last night.
You know what's interesting? It's early in the hockey season, but look at the separation already in the Eastern Conference. There are some teams off to some bad starts that have got themselves in big trouble early.
Yep.
Anybody else think it's ridiculous that you need 60% to pass an amendment in the state of Florida?
Well, I guess that wasn't the case, but it got changed. What, 06? Is it? When did it got changed?
Been that way for a while.
Yeah. But I guess we voted to change it? Or did the House in Tallahassee do it? But I know. It passed, but not by enough. Yeah, we voted, right, Arch? Like, wasn't it like 20 years ago or something?
Welcome to the bonus hour, brought to you by Jason and Todd at the Diamond District. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
21 minutes past the hour on this hump day, the first such Wednesday in November. Thanks so much for being with us in the aftermath of the College Football Playoff Committee releasing their first poll and determining who the 12 playoff teams would be. By the way, do you have a problem with the 12? All right. Oregon, Georgia, Miami, BYU would get the byes as of today. You have a problem with that?
No.
Have a problem with the seeding?
No.
Okay. Ohio State, Texas, Penn State, Tennessee, your home teams. You okay with them?
I would have liked to have seen Indiana be up a little higher. I would have liked to have seen them have a home game for having the donut, as dominant as they've been. There's no team that has been a dominant this season as the Hoosiers. I know they haven't played anybody, but it's not necessarily their fault. They've killed everybody in front of them.
So maybe you flip, because Indiana's the 9. They right now would go to Tennessee. Your gut feeling is you might have flipped that.
Yes.
Okay. And then Indiana, Notre Dame, Alabama, and Boise State round out your 12-team playoff. 4 SEC, 4 Big Ten, 1 Big 12, 1 ACC, Notre Dame, and a group of 5. You okay with 4-4-1-1-1-1?
For today, I am. You know, if Miami gets in with the donut and loses the ACC championship, I think they're deserving of a spot. If BYU gets donut to the end and loses the Big 12 championship, I think they're deserving of a spot over a 2-loss Big 10 or SEC team.
Of course, it could come down to, does a 12-1 ACC Big 12 championship game loser get the bid over an 11-1 Indiana, who doesn't get to play for the Big Ten title? 12-1 versus 11-1, conference strength versus conference strength of schedule, etc. One thing that needs to be kept in mind in a 4-team playoff, what was it, 2 years ago? TCU was unbeaten, lost the Big 12 title game, I believe, to Baylor. And TCU got in as a 3 seed in the 4-team playoff. So in a 4-team playoff, we had an ACC or Big 12 champion lose the donut in the title game, and yet still get in. Now, obviously, circumstances are different. Didn't have as many good teams that year, but so the committee has had no problem putting the loser of an ACC or Big 12 title game in a 4-team playoff. Therefore, in theory, they shouldn't be against the idea of putting them in a 12-team playoff, right? Just saying. So that was the big college football news from yesterday. NFL trade deadline came and went.
Most teams applauded for the moves that they made, with the exception of the Dallas Cowboys, who were mocked for the move that they made. Everybody else, you could argue that Washington, Pittsburgh, Detroit, Cincinnati all made their teams better yesterday.
They gave up a 4th for Carolina wide receiver Jonathan Mingo, did the Cowboys. Now listen, if they had given up a 4th-round pick, and if Mingo turns out to be a legitimate number 2 receiver next to CeeDee Lamb and a weapon, he's a young player. He's under contract for 2 more years. Absolutely. That'll turn out to be a good trade. But he's not that now. That had to be a case, Mark. You know how organizations have guys rated highly, and then 2-3 years down the road, they get a chance to get their hands on them, and they go, oh, yeah, we liked him.
Yes. Or somehow Carolina was smart enough to convince Dallas that there was actually somebody else interested in Mingo. And that instead of giving up a 5th, they gave up a 4th. That's the only other scenario that's out there, because it was obvious with Lattimore that there were other teams interested in Lattimore from the Saints. There's no way Washington's given up 3 picks with everything that had gone on in the past few days for what you had to give up to acquire a player that, to me, David, it showed that there were other teams interested in Lattimore.
They gave up a 3rd, a 4th, and a 6th in next year's draft. They actually got a 5th back. And remember, they're getting it from New Orleans, which right now is a 2-win team. That's a very high draft pick. Washington is leading their division. They're giving up a draft pick, which will be in the bottom 3rd, potentially even bottom 1/4 of the round. I mean, the 4th rounder Washington is giving up, and the 5th rounder they're getting back. I mean, they're not going to be separated by much.
No, they're not.
The 6th rounder was actually New Orleans' original 6th that Washington had acquired in a trade. So, I mean, you could make the case that the Commanders gave up like a 3rd and a song for a number 1 corner. I mean, make no mistake about it. Marcus Lattimore is a top 15 corner in the league when healthy. Without question. He'd be the number 1 corner on over 20 teams in the league. He's a dude, and he's 28. I love this trade for Washington. I thought they had an amazing offseason. All right. They hired a couple of people in their front office that everybody around the league is like, oh, man, that's a really good guy. Wow, I can't believe they got him. Okay, shows the type of people they have working in their ownership committee now, and their new GM, Scott Peters. We better get ready to see a lot of Washington Commanders in the next couple. If that quarterback stays healthy, remember RG3 got hurt at the end of his rookie year. We thought we were doing this 12 years ago with Washington. But if that quarterback stays healthy, we better get ready to see a lot of Washington Commanders on primetime games going forward.
Good. Then we won't have to see the Jets so much in primetime games, David.
A little behind the curtain. Now, it's not with anybody at the 4-letter network, but so the Cowboys, obviously, as Dak Prescott said, we suck. So they're 3-5. You got Philly and Houston the next 2 weeks. The Houston game's on Monday Night Football. We couldn't flex out of that if we wanted to. Let's just say they lose them both. They're 3-7. Dak's out another couple weeks. Let's say they beat the Giants on Thanksgiving at home because, it's the Giants. But anyway, the Cowboys have a Monday Night Football game in mid-December at home against Cincinnati. If they're like 4-10, 4-9. Do you bail on the Cowboys? Can you dump a Cowboys game?
I don't think that you can.
I don't think
I
so
would,
either.
but I don't think that you can.
We bailed on a Chiefs-Patriots game last year because the Patriots were so bad. ESPN did. The one game that they flexed last year, and I think we flexed to like a Minnesota-Chicago game or something like that. But we flexed out of a Mahomes game so as to not put the Patriots on in prime time. I mean, is it possible that broadcast history could be made if the Cowboys are going down the road that we're going down? Is it possible a network could flex out of a Cowboys game?
I don't see it happening.
Probably not.
I don't see it happening. Because the Bengals will still be
They'll be relevant.
in it.
Figure they're fighting with the Chargers and or Broncos for a final wild card. Yes. In fact, doesn't Denver and Cincinnati play each other? You could see where that's, I think they do. I think that's a play-in game. You could see where that's a tiebreaker game, just like we thought the Washington-Chicago game 2 weeks ago would be.
Yeah, second to last game of the season. Bengals and Broncos.
Oh.
That could have a little meaning when that comes down to it.
Oh.
Flexing out of a Cowboys game. What kind of talk is that?
Well, Dak said they suck. I'm just quoting them. I'm just curious. Are people going to want to see a 4-9, 4-10 Cowboys team?
Wouldn't that be a fun question to ask, Jarrah? Your quarterback said you suck. Do you agree?
Right. I'd especially do it if I was that radio host on The Fan who already threatened to fire. Good, bad, and ugly. What's on tap coming up next?
Never fall over until you get a brand new rug.
Oh no!
Ketchup bottles act normal till you're wearing a new shirt.
Oh, you kidding me?
And rocks slide peacefully on the road till the day you get a brand new windshield. Then they fly up off the road and attack without mercy. That's why new windshields from Glass Doctor come with our windshield protection plan. Unlimited repairs and one replacement for 12 months. Don't just fix it, protect it. Glass Doctor. A neighborly company.
The Cape Coral Police Department is growing. They are currently looking for police officers and are offering a $10,000 signing bonus to newly hired officers. If you desire a career in law enforcement, or if you are already in law enforcement and thinking about making a move to a better agency, think Cape Coral Police Department. If you're looking for a police department that is committed to excellence, that invests in the highest level of training, state-of-the-art equipment, and some of the highest compensation in all of Southwest Florida, then the Cape Coral Police Department is for you. Visit capecops.com. That's capecops.com.
Visit Jason and Todd at the Diamond District.
When you enter the Diamond District, you will quickly discover what makes Jason and Todd so unique to Southwest Florida. Within the walls of the Diamond District, you'll find many of America's top jewelry designers who have chosen the Diamond District as their authorized representative in Southwest Florida. Takori, Fana, A. Jaffe, Veragio, Christopher Designs, Shy Creations, Henri Dossi, all names synonymous with excellence, and all proudly showcased at the Diamond District.
Mark Miller for Molly Maid. Why Molly Maid, you ask? Trust. Moulton was a customer for 15 years. Affordability. Didn't I just say Moulton was a customer for 15 years? Worry-free services. Our professional house cleaners are fully insured and a 24-hour warranty. Call Molly Maids today at 239-774-5839. That's 239-774-5839 or online at mollymaid.com/FTMYERS. That's mollymaid.com/FTMYERS.
This is Miller and Moulton. Welcome back to Miller and Moulton. Text the guys what's in your mind at 21,000. That's 21000. And now, here's David Moulton.
22 minutes till the top of the hour, 16 until we're out of here. Miller and Moulton, the Diamond District bonus hour in the 239 and the 904, coming at you from the Floormeister Studios. Floormeisters in Naples. Just keeping it real. Yeah.
Sorry, felt like doing that one with you.
Let's do them together from now on.
A lot of pressure.
Well, we'll coordinate. We can do it. I mean, we talk over each other sometimes. We can certainly do it for an ad.
We can do anything for an ad, David.
Well said, Mark. Well said. Let's see. Tomorrow is Thursday. So what does that mean for us on the show? That means Roy Cummings. That means Dr. Roto. And that means JP Shadrick, at the very least, on the show tomorrow. So you got that to look forward to, which is nice.
It's that time again, nearing the end, but not quite there yet. Here's Mark Miller with Today Was the Day When.
A lot of presidential stuff today. A big day in our history, but not a lot of sports things really happened. We start in 1860, Abraham Lincoln elected as our 16th president. 1869, the first U.S. college football game was played. Rutgers 6, Princeton 4. Benjamin Harrison elected president today in 1888. McKinley elected president in 1900. Herbert Hoover, 1928. Franklin D. Roosevelt, 1940. Eisenhower, 1956.
Did you have Lincoln on that one?
I started with Lincoln.
Gotcha.
That was the biggie. Today in 75 was the first performance by the Sex Pistols. It was at St. Martin's College in London. 84, Reagan wins 49 states, being reelected. That's a landslide.
Minnesota was the holdout, and that's because Mondale was from there.
That same day, Willie Hernandez wins the AL MVP award. Today in 95, Art Modell officially announces the Cleveland Browns are moving to Baltimore. And it was today in 2012 that Barack Obama was reelected. Walter Johnson and Glenn Fry were both born today. Actress Sally Field is 78, and Lamar Odom is 45. What did I miss, David?
No, man. You got it all. Let me ask you this. Do you think Modell ever gets into the Hall of Fame?
No. No, I do not. I think that the move will keep him out.
I think the reason that he will never get in is because the Hall of Fame is located in Ohio. And I think that they worry, even though people come from far outside Ohio to visit the Hall of Fame. I just think if it was located in a different state, there's enough people in power in the NFL who want to put him in. But I think that's part of the fear. What it represents, really? Guy moves a franchise, a beloved franchise like that, you reward him with the Hall of Fame. But also, the Hall of Fame's in Ohio? Seriously? You put Art Modell in the Hall of Fame? What is wrong with you?
You know what's interesting is obviously Art Modell is thought of as a horrible person for moving that franchise. And when we do this, Today Was a Day When, we talk about so many franchises moving. That's been happening for a century.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't know if it was ever the problem last century, in the middle part of last century, that it was at the latter part of the century where we vilify owners for taking their business and putting it where they want.
Do you think it's because either we're more emotionally attached now than that sports, for better or worse, a bigger part of our life now than then, or B, just the money involved?
I actually think it's a little bit of both, David. I think you hit both chords there perfectly.
Because it's not just the money that you pay for the stadiums, All right. But also just the money, quite frankly, to be a sports fan today. I mean, hell, just to sit on your couch and watch costs money.
And the gear that everybody has now, I mean, you don't see any old black and whites where someone's got a Yankee jersey on in the crowd. They're all wearing coats and ties.
Fair or not, I do think that's the most emotional reaction to a move from a fan base in a city that I can recall.
It was drawn out for so long, unlike the Colts that did it in the middle of the night.
Right. You know, but even though the city of Seattle is still heartbroken over losing the Sonics, and they are, if you've spent any time there, they are still heartbroken about the Sonics. But, I mean, that Cleveland Browns move, and then to, the dagger 5 years after the move, who's being presented with the Lombardi Trophy? Mm-hmm. Who still is yet to get to the game, never mind win it. Mm-hmm.
And you have trouble seeing a time when they will even be competing for, as good as that roster was, with the shape that they're in with the quarterback, we think they're going backward, not forward.
I mean, in fact, since he moved the team, they haven't been in the conference championship game. Never mind the final game.
Time to see life a little bit differently. Here's Mark Miller with the good, the bad, and the ugly. What you got, Mark?
I've got a dime for the good today. A rare U.S. dime missing its mint mark was auctioned off for $506,000 for a dime. The collector bought the dime in 1978 for $18,200. It remained with the same family for nearly 50 years and was sold for $506,250. Again, for a dime.
For a dime.
For the bad, we go to Brooklyn, where a Brooklyn Heights grocery store is no longer letting bus drivers inside the grocery store. It was a stop at the foot of the Brooklyn Bridge where transit authority workers were using the shop's bathrooms during their breaks, and it was a good situation. They're buying stuff. Everything's good, except for one bus driver. Got in a fight with the manager. An actual altercation. And the grocery store said no more and cut off everybody.
Come on now. You can't let one bad apple.
Yeah, you can.
Come on. Suck it up. It's one guy. You kick him out. Besides,
they kicked them all out.
It's not right. I mean, because if you let all the others back in, you say to the others, by the way, if he shows up, take care of him. I don't want to see him again.
For the ugly, we go to Utah. The story is always Utah, where a pair of tourists from Colorado are facing federal charges after stealing numerous historical artifacts from a national park in Utah. Roxanne McKnight and Dusty Spencer trespassed into a fenced-off area of the Canyonlands National Park, known as Cave Springs Cowboy Camp, and stole multiple preserved artifacts, including antique nails, back in March. You can see the pair on camera inside of a fenced area, looking like the quality citizens that they are, stealing artifacts that has some rock cavings that date back 6,000 or 7,000 years. And that is the good, the bad, and the ugly on today, Wednesday, November the 6th. Brought to you by the Cape Coral Police Department. Go to capecops.com. Still looking for new officers and still giving that $10,000 sign-on bonus for any new officers hired. capecops.com.
I'm not just saying this because they're a proud sponsor of the show, but I honestly don't think I've been given a $50 bonus from a job in my life.
This is the year, David.
Well,
we're giving each other bonuses. I don't care.
Are we gonna $100? I mean, what are we giving each other?
It depends what's in the account. And it's not going to be a honey baked ham, David. You're getting more than that this year.
Well, I will say this. All right. If we're going to give each other bonuses, I at least want to be able to cover the full cost of the honey baked ham, not the bonus I got. All right. Back in the day when it only covered about 70% of the honey baked ham. Here's your gift card to the honey baked ham. Great. Gave it to them. And they go, you owe us $13. What? I bought the smallest ham you got. Yeah, it's the smallest gift card we give out too. Son of a. So, okay. A lot of pressure on us then. We at least got to cover a honey baked ham. And the prices have gone up.
Yes, they have.
It's from that bonus 25 years ago.
Prices and the lines, both of them have gone up at that place.
Yeah,
I'll never understand it. But people love their honey baked hams.
Yes, they do. Hey, 12 NBA games. Remember, they took the whole day and night off yesterday. So most everybody back playing today. Orlando's lost 4 in a row. They're in Indianapolis to take on the Pacers. Heat are in Phoenix. Suns are 6-1, by the way. ESPN double dip tonight, 7:30. Golden State in Boston. Those two teams combined are 13-2. That's not bad. And the late game, no Embiid. We think you'll see Paul George face his old team, the Clippers. I will say, if you're up at 10 o'clock, check out the new arena. For lack of a better word, it's kind of neat. The Intuit Arena, I think, is where the Clippers play. It's kind of neat. Just saying. That's all I got. You know, with the NBA anyway. I mean, college hoops tonight. Nothing really of substance. You know, UConn season opener, the defending champs. They're taking on Sacred Heart. They're like a 35-point favorite. NHL tonight, only 3 games. But the Turner game is Detroit at Chicago.
Get to watch Connor Bedard play a bad Red Wing team.
They're 500.
They suck.
Wow. Okay, Dad.
They went from rebuilding to getting old. I don't know what the Iser plan is. I really don't, David.
Wow. Soured on that in a hurry.
No, I mean, they went from a team that was on the cusp of making the playoffs last year and got worse this year.
It's early.
No. I mean their roster. I don't mean what their record is. I mean their roster. They did not improve their roster from a year ago. I don't get it.
Fair enough. College football tonight. You need a distraction. There's Maction. All right, Ohio. They're not bad. Kent State, as Mark said earlier in the show, potentially the 134th best team in Division 1A football. Mark, how many teams are there in Division 1A?
134.
Football? They're 0-8. They're an 18.5-point home dog tonight to the Bobcats of Ohio. That game's at 7 o'clock on ESPNU. Thank you very much. Meanwhile, Northern Illinois at Western Michigan. And Northern Illinois, a 2-point road favorite, 7 o'clock, ESPN2. If you're going to watch a game tonight, that's probably the one to watch. The other one should not be good.
If you need a distraction, we've got
Maction. Yeah. That works, right?
Got a text in the middle of the day of someone listening to the podcast and loved that line yesterday.
Oh,
They're
cool.
very impressed with your need a distraction, we've got Maction line on election night.
Listen, we're big into alliteration on this show. Hence the name of the show. You know, Miller and Moulton. M&M, we're not very creative. This just in.
No, we're definitely plain M&Ms. We're not peanut. We're not those caramel M&Ms. We are the traditional bag of M&Ms.
Right. We're not the dark chocolate. We're just, no.
In fact, there's really no blue ones or red ones. We're the old school ones with the original colors as well.
So there you have it. Another good show lined up for you tomorrow, as always. Roy Cummings talking the Bucks. We'll ask Roy. They'll get me back on the, I will say it took till about dinner time last night for me to stop thinking about Todd Bowles and not going for 2. It really did. It took me all day.
I had to laugh. I listened to Pat's show yesterday at the beginning. He's like, yeah, I had to talk about that all morning this morning. Like, sorry,
yes,
Pat.
you did.
Matter of fact, you did. That's on us.
Yes, you did. So Roy Cummings and Dr. Roto to answer your fantasy football questions, especially now after the trade deadline is finally complete. And JP Shadrick to talk about the Jags, one of the 9 2-win teams in the league. We'll talk to you tomorrow. Miller and Moulton. We started our show 18 years ago and have been fired 3 times, but Miller and Moulton have never lived on the edge like we are now. We have our best morning ratings ever, are steadily adding affiliates, yet we only have a few sponsors. And if that doesn't change, we can't continue. But if you want to advertise on Miller and Moulton, reach out to one of us directly by texting sponsor to 21,000 or contact Mark on X at that Mark Miller or me at the David Moulton. You can save Miller and Moulton and make your business some serious money by texting 21,000 now.
American Paint Supplies, for nearly 30 years, is your one-stop shop for all your coating needs. If you are a designer, a contractor, a professional painter, or a weekend warrior, American Paint Supplies is the place where experts go to get expert solutions. At 6100 Shirley Street in Naples off of Pine Ridge, American Paint Supplies delivers the best solutions with the best products with the best support. Meet Gene and his team today at American Paint Supplies. Call 239-566-2700. That's 566-2700 or online at AmericanPaintSupplies.net. Cape Coral Police Department is growing. They are currently looking for police officers and are offering a $10,000 signing bonus to newly hired officers. If you desire a career in law enforcement, or if you are already in law enforcement and thinking about making a move to a better agency, think Cape Coral Police Department. If you're looking for a police department that is committed to excellence, that invests in the highest level of training, state-of-the-art equipment, and some of the highest compensation in all of Southwest Florida, then the Cape Coral Police Department is for you. Visit capecops.com. That's capecops.com.
Gentlemen, as your wife mentioned getting new flooring, but you don't want to go through the hassle, well, go see the Floor Meisters in Naples next to Costco. They understand your time and money are important, so they'll make it as painless as possible. With a huge in-stock selection of carpet and Core-Tech, they can get you the floor your wife's been asking for. They carry wood, vinyl, carpet, and tile. If you do it yourself, no problem. They can handle that as well. So go see TJ at the Floor Meisters and tell them, just keeping it real.
Do you have a sleep problem but don't want to wear a CPAP mask? This is Mark Miller for Sleep Treatment Direct. The mask wasn't working for me, and I didn't think I had an alternative. I do. We all do. They have such simple alternatives with greater success than the mask. Visit sleeptreatmentdirect.com. That's sleeptreatmentdirect.com. And if you are like me and your CPAP machine isn't working for you, it's time for a change. Call 239-444-1741. That's 239-444-1741. Sleep Treatment Direct. Sleep safe and sound. Mark Miller for Molly Maid. Why Molly Maid, you ask? Trust. Moulton was a customer for 15 years. Affordability. Didn't I just say Moulton was a customer for 15 years? Worry-free services. Our professional house cleaners are fully insured and a 24-hour warranty. Call Molly Maids today at 239-774-5839. That's 239-774-5839 or online at mollymaid.com/FTMYERS. That's mollymaid.com/FTMYERS.
This is Miller and Moulton.